Chapter 615. In the Liu family's mansion in Yongping Square, in the sumptuous parlor, there were fragrances and music. 12 courtesans with long sleeves and no makeup on their faces danced gracefully. Their red dresses fluttered in the wind, and their wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as they danced gracefully. The musicians sat behind the folding screens, playing the zither and flute, and the sound of music flowed into the ears. Shueisha did not take any of the delicacies, but used a toothpick to pick up a piece of Qiong melon and stuffed it into his mouth. He smiled as he watched the dancers' graceful movements and the seductive twisting waist like a snake. He liked this feeling very much, especially since the person he trapped was Liu Binmi. This made him ecstatic and excited. They were both descendants of aristocratic families, but the other party was far above him in both ability and status. This had always made him feel unfair. Now that the other party was in trouble, Shueisha was overjoyed. The Qiong melon was sweet and fragrant, and Shueisha's heart was also filled with sweetness. He swallowed a mouthful of the fruit, and just as he was about to tie up another piece, a burly man in a black robe stumbled in from outside. He knocked over 2 rows of dancers, who were as slender as willows, and they fell to the sides. The music immediately stopped. The young masters in the hall were all stunned, and then Wang Xiyuan called out, "Zhan Tian, why are you here?" Wang Xiyuan recognized the burly man who rushed into the parlor, sweating profusely. He was one of great-grandfather Liu's men. Zhan Tian was 1 step behind Yang Fan, but he had been in Chang and for a long time and was familiar with the roads. He took a shortcut to rush here and finally got ahead of Yang Fan. Zhan Tian hurriedly told them what great-grandfather Liu had told him, and the hall was instantly silent. Shueisha, who was the oldest and sat at the head of the table, clapped his hands and chased the dancers and musicians out. He looked at the shocked young masters and asked, "Everyone, what should we do?" Zheng Yu hesitated. Great-grandfather Liu only sent a message, but he did not tell us what to do. What should we do? Shueisha ignored the bookworm and only looked at Wang Xiyuan. Wang Xiyuan said, "Liu Binmi must not die in the hands of Yang Fan." His younger brother, Wang Xiyuan, curled his lips and said, "If Yang Fan really finds his way here, I'm afraid he'll be the one dead." Zheng Yu said, "Liu Binmi cannot die in Yang Fan's hands, and Yang Fan cannot die in Liu Binmi's hands either. But once they meet, it will be a fight to the death." This was nonsense, and everyone ignored him. They all looked at Shueisha, who asked him to be the eldest among them. Shueisha was anxious, but he couldn't think of a proper solution at the moment. The aristocratic families hadn't come to a conclusion on this matter. He couldn't let Liu Binmi go now, but if by any chance Yang Fan came here, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility no matter which one of them got into an accident. Zheng Yu said, "He has already done it. Whether he is imprisoned or not, he will not be able to clear his name. Originally, I left him here to wait for the elders to come up with a proper plan, but now that Yang Fan is coming here, once the 2 of them meet, the situation will be out of control." Wang Xiyuan said impatiently, "It's all nonsense." The bookworm Zheng Yu wasn't angry and continued to finish his nonsense. Wang Taigong sent a message. Naturally, he doesn't want either of them to get into an accident. In my opinion, let's go see Liu Binmi and ask for Yang Fan's wife and let him go. In short, we can't let Yang Fan and him have a head-on conflict. Shueisha immediately said, "Younger brother is right. At the moment, there is no perfect plan, and there is no way to guess the elders' thoughts. Why don't we act according to younger brother Zheng Yu's suggestion? What do you think?" Li Shangyin of the Li family from Zhao County slightly curled his lips and secretly criticized. Great ambition, but little ability, irresponsible, and not afraid of disgracing the name of the Chui family from bowling. "Young master, everything is ready." Young Master Jiang was sitting cross-legged in deep thought when a guard in white walked in lightly to report. Young Master Jiang spread out his sleeves and stood up. Under the porch, there were already 4 carriages parked there. The doors and windows of each carriage were tightly shut, making it impossible to see what was inside. The drivers were the most skilled coachmen, and the horses were majestic and sturdy steeds from the western region. Around each carriage, there were an equal number of guards standing there, leading the horses. The aristocratic families thought that they could subdue him with a slight gesture, but they forgot that corner dogs would do something desperate, and even more neglected young Master Zhang's arrogant attitude of not being manipulated by others. The people arranged in the periphery could not be used. Those people had a close relationship with the aristocratic families and were not his absolute confidants. Although they usually bowed to him and listened to his orders, this time he was fighting against the aristocratic families. Keeping these people by his side would instead be a disaster, so he planned to exclude these people. Although these people weren't very reliable, the aristocratic families hadn't come up with a way to deal with him yet. It was also impossible for them to find these people so quickly and directly give them orders from their families. Therefore, these people could only watch from the sidelines as their superior broke out of prison. How could the aristocratic family's young masters stop his footsteps? Young Master Jiang subconsciously curled the corner of his mouth. Just when he was about to take a step, he suddenly thought of a person. He immediately waved his hand to call over a trusted guard and whispered in his ear, "You go kill Gu Zhuting, and then return to Luoyang by yourself." The trusted guard was a man of sacrifice from the Lu family. He did not ask for the reason, but just nodded slightly and flashed away along the long corridor. Cui Shi led the young masters of the aristocratic families to rush to the back of the house, and along the way, he shouted at the servants of the Lu family, "Where is Lu Binmi hiding? Ask him to come out. We know he is here, and we have something important to tell him. Ask him to come out immediately, and don't." Before he could finish the word wrong, for carriages suddenly rushed out of a courtyard in the back of the house. Each carriage was surrounded by 7 or 8 knights in martial attire, armed with sabers and swords, and rushed in 4 different directions. The carriage that came to meet them, the driver of the carriage cracked his big whip like a bolt of lightning, ruthlessly striking the horse, urging the horse to open its 4 hooves and treat the spacious courtyard of the Lu family as a grassland. The wheels rolled over the gravel road, making a rumbling sound. Cui Shi was so scared that he jumped away and fell into the grass garden. The carriage ran wildly, and the 7 or 8 warriors in martial attire did not even look at them. Wrapped in a strong wind, the carriage whistled past and directly shocked Cui Shi, Zheng Yu, and the others. After a long time, Cui Shi jumped up and said with surprise and anger, "He is so bold, rebellious, really rebellious." Zheng Yu climbed up from beside him and muttered to himself, "Crazy, really crazy. Yang Fan is crazy, and Lu Binmi is also crazy." Yang Fan, Anu, and Gongsun Lanji rode side by side, and just as they rushed to the front of the Lu family's house in Yongping Lane, they saw a large carriage rushed out of the house under the protection of several warriors in martial attire. Yang Fan's eyes focused and immediately drove his horse to stop it. The carriage did not stop, and the horse did not stop. Instead, it moved faster. Yang Fan did not stop either, and his saber was already out of the sheath. Those knights may not know Yang Fan, but when they saw him riding his horse to meet them, and with his saber out of the sheath, they immediately pulled out their respective weapons and urged their horses to rush to the front of the carriage. The order they received was to escort the carriage out of the city, even at the cost of their lives. When they saw that Yang Fan obviously wanted to stop them, they immediately rushed to kill. The one who rushed to the front was a knight with a dark face. He was not very tall, but he had broad shoulders and thick arms. He rode steadily on his horse, and he held a thick machete in his hand, which looked very powerful. This thick machete drew a bright arc, and it slashed towards Yang Fan's head. Yang Fan did not dodge, and he suddenly kicked the stirrup, and the war horse galloped forward. The 2 horses crossed, and Yang Fan suddenly switched the saber to his left hand. The saber light drew a strange curve in the air, and the big man's saber missed, and Yang Fan's body brushed past. Bang! The horse continued to rush forward, and the knight on the horse fell to the ground with a loud crash. His ribs had been cut open, and his internal organs and blood were desperately squeezing out from the wide wound. With just one saber strike, he was cut in half. Roar! A long and narrow saber pierced through the air with a soul-stirring sound of wind and thunder. The knight on the horse stood up and leaned forward, as if he had encountered an irreconcilable enemy. As soon as the two sides saw each other, they began to fight without even saying a word. One wanted to keep people, and the other wanted to escape. It was a life-and-death battle. Yang Fan did not shout or shout. After smashing 2 Lu residences in a row, he was already angry. His face was expressionless, and only his bright eyes flashed with the fierceness of a wild beast. He completely ignored the opponent's violent attacks, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. His body leaned to the side, and his saber slashed the surface of the opponent's saber, leaving a trail of sparks as it slashed towards the opponent's finger. Without hesitation, Tin Ano caught up with the horse. With a wave of his sword, a sleeve dart pierced through the air and shot towards the face of the knight in front of him. The sword followed closely behind the sleeve dart, but the angle was slightly lowered and it was fiercely stabbing towards the opponent's throat. When Gongsun Lanji broke into the first Lu residence, she still had some sense of propriety. She only wanted to injure people and not kill them. Along the way, she fought and killed, and by the time she arrived here, her murderous nature had long been aroused. As soon as she saw the opponent rush out of the residence, without saying a word, she rushed towards him, decisive, fierce, and without hesitation. Thinking that her shimmy must be in this carriage, she couldn't help but feel excited. She shook her sword and also fiercely pounced on the other side of Yang Fan. The three of them formed a sharp triangle, firmly blocking the opponent's path. No matter how furious the opponent was, not only did they not retreat half a step, but they also closed in step by step. For carriages drove out of the Lu residence from 4 different directions. The people stationed at the periphery of the succession hall did not receive any orders in advance. They watched helplessly as the headmaster's trusted bodyguards protected a tightly sealed carriage and left. In their hearts, they already had a vague understanding that something big must have happened inside. Gu Zhuting leaned under a big elm tree, puzzledly looking at the empty door on the right wall. She was the female assassin who had delivered Xiao Man's child. The headmaster's trusted bodyguards protected a carriage and forcibly rushed out from there, crashing into the carriages that the disciples of the aristocratic families had deliberately parked in front of the door. It was a complete mess. In front of the door, there were people with broken bones and tendons, lying on the ground and wailing. There were people who were covered in dirt, cursing with lingering fear. Gu Zhuting slightly narrowed her charming eyes and secretly thought to herself, something big must have happened in the hall. The headmaster left without saying goodbye. What should we do? Just as Gu Zhiyun thought of this, her figure suddenly swayed and suddenly disappeared like a ghost. A white-robed man who was as thin as a bamboo pole suddenly appeared under the tree. He seemed not surprised by her disappearance, only focused on keeping a straight face. With a flat tone, he said, "Headmaster's secret order." On the elm tree, a section of the tree trunk that had an irregular shape moved slightly, and Gu Zhuting's face actually appeared. Then, her entire figure slowly appeared, and she slid down the tree trunk like a snake. She asked in a deep voice, "What's your command?" Chapter 616. There's a traitor among us. Young master must return to Luoyang immediately. Young master has instructed you to do something. You. The white-clothed man's expression was solemn. His voice grew softer and softer as he moved closer to Miss Gu. Miss Gu subconsciously tilted her ear, but the white-clothed man suddenly leapt up and grabbed the top of her head. Young Lady Gu was quite beautiful, and her figure was curvaceous in all the right places. However, this white-robed man didn't have the slightest intention of showing pity to the fairer sex. He firmly held young Lady Gu's head in place with one hand, while his other hand suddenly clasped her round and small chin, forcefully twisting it to the side. With a crack, Miss Gu's neck let out a crisp sound. She stared at the white-clothed man in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Just like Yu Haiyang the night before, her body had already gone limp uncontrollably. Rustle, rustle, a series of rustling footsteps could be heard. Slightly startled, The white-clothed man raised his leg and kicked Miss Goo's chest, sending her slumped body deep into a blossoming chrysanthemum bush. A guard carrying a sword walked out from behind the bushes. He was here to patrol the various hidden posts. When he saw the white-clothed man, he couldn't help but be startled. He recognized the white-clothed man as the young master's trusted guard. He quickly scanned the surroundings and asked in surprise, "Where's Zhu Ting?" The white-clothed man nonchalantly said, "Young master has a secret order for her to do something." The guard said with an "oh" and said, "I'll send someone else over." The white-clothed man said coldly, "There's no need. Young master has left due to an urgent matter. Wait for news at the Lu residence. Someone will inform you when you'll return to Luoyang." "Yes." The guard bowed with his sword, and the white-clothed man walked away as if there was no one else around outside the Lu residence. The bitter battle continued. Of the 7 warriors, 3 had already been killed. 2 of the remaining 4 were injured, but their eyes were bloodshot with killing intent. All they cared about was protecting the carriage as they charged out. The coachman on the carriage no longer whipped the horses. Instead, the large whip whistled through the air, ruthlessly lashing at Yang Fan and the others. His skill was actually quite good. One of the imperial bodyguards spurred his horse forward. His long saber swept horizontally, whistling as it swept toward Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan hid in the stirrup. The saber moved from bottom to top, stabbing diagonally toward the imperial bodyguard's heart. The imperial bodyguard leaned back to evade. Yang Fan's saber brushed past the tip of his nose and pierced the air. However, the 2 horses moved in the stirrup. Yang Fan pulled his wrist and sank his saber. Using the drag stance, the saber cut down from the imperial bodyguard's nose, mouth, chest, all the way down. The 2 fast horses charged at full speed. Although Yang Fan's drag wasn't a slash, it was more powerful than a slash, directly cutting open the imperial bodyguard's stomach. Gongsun Lanji let out a whistling sound, jumped up from the horse, and spun in the air. Her 4-foot-long sword was like a raging flame, wild and fierce. She fiercely knocked away the long saber in the hands of one of the imperial bodyguards and stabbed toward the coachman. The coachman saw an obviously sharp sword stabbing toward his face. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry, leaned sideways, and his whole body jumped out of the carriage. Gongsun Lanji's body sank, and the sword came to a stop. With a cha sound, half of the roof of the carriage was cut off. Clang, clang, clang. Anu's weapons clashed with the imperial bodyguards. The sound was as dense as a shower. From time to time, there were flying knives, short thorns, and strange hidden weapons mixed in between her dancing hands, making it impossible to guard against. A guard barely dodged her sword, and just as he straightened his waist, he saw a cold light with a bright red tassel shooting toward his throat. It was too late for the guard to turn his body to dodge. When he saw it, the hidden weapon had already shot out. A dart was nailed right in his throat. The 3-inch-long dart completely sank into his throat, leaving only a red tassel on the outside. There was no blood groove on the dart. Not even a drop of blood splashed out. Anu immediately raised her hand, and a shining long chain was thrown out. A flying claw firmly clasped the gap made by Gongsun Lanji. "Hi!" Anu clamped her legs together to stabilize her body and pulled with one arm. With a boom, the baffles on all sides of the carriage were torn apart by her. A big man was sitting in the carriage with a saber across his knees. Suddenly, the carriage was shattered. With a strange cry, the man leaped into the air and, combined with the saber, turned into a thunderbolt and fiercely struck at Yang Fan, who was closest to the carriage. Several other guards pulled the reins at the same time, stopping the momentum of the charge, and encircled Yang Fan, Anu, and Gongsun Lanji. The order they received was to break out of the encirclement if the carriage was destroyed, and kill if the carriage was destroyed. Now that the carriage was destroyed, the first mission had been completed, and they only had one thing to do: kill. Up until now, they hadn't run far from the gate of the mansion. Fortunately, the Lu family's mansion was huge, and behind the entire wall was the Lu family's manor. There were no other houses in the alley, and no pedestrians on the road. Otherwise, if one person screamed and ran out of the alley, the whole square would have been alarmed. Since the beginning of the battle, these people already knew that they were no match for the man and two women. The order given to them by the young master was to kill, and if they couldn't kill, then they could only be killed. Those who were about to be killed were even more ferocious than those who killed them. They desperately and crazily rushed forward, hoping that even if they couldn't kill their opponents, they could at least bite off a piece of their flesh. The three old men, Li Taigong, Wang Taigong, and Zheng Taigong, rode on the carriage and met another Chui Taigong, Qing Chui. The four old men rushed towards Yongping Lane like they were racing horses. By the time they arrived at the alley where the Liu family's compound was located, Yang Fan and the other two had just rushed into the Liu mansion with their horses. A ferocious-looking man, who was wearing a black headband with gold ornaments on his forehead, raised a large saber and glared fiercely at the carriages of the four old men. He seemed to be able to hold off 10,000 enemies by himself. The four white-haired old men's bodyguards were shocked and hurriedly rushed to the front with their horses. One of them jumped off the horse and held the knife across his chest, shouting in a stern voice, "Stop!" Gully, the fiendish-looking burly man's body swayed, and a head suddenly fell down along with a cloud of blood mist, rolling to the foot of the burly man. This man's neck had been cut by the scabbard used by Anu. The blade passed through, but the head didn't fall off. It was indeed a divine weapon that could cut through hair. Even though the car the four old men were sitting in had good shock absorbers, and the car had an unusually soft cushion, it was still going to fall apart after running all the way. After the carriage stopped, they were still swaying in the carriage like roly-poly toys, and they didn't climb out for a while. Otherwise, the scene might have scared the four old men. Although they had great power, they didn't have the chance to kill someone themselves, and they didn't even have the chance to see someone kill someone with their own eyes. The scene just now was definitely a big shock to them. When they were helped out of the carriage, the corpses were already on the ground, their heads separated from their bodies, and the ground was covered in blood. Even the carriage was in pieces. Although it looked scary, it was not as scary as watching a person's head fall to the ground. Li Taigong took a deep breath and steadied his mind. With a serious expression, he ordered, "Leave someone to seal off the news. The rest of you, follow this old man into the mansion." Immediately, someone ran back to the end of the long alley to stop people from entering. Another person got off the horse and hurriedly carried the corpses and the broken carriage back to the Liu mansion. Then, they hurriedly shoveled soil over to cover the blood stains on the ground. There were also people looking around to see if there were other households in this alley, and if there was a pavilion built high up in the garden that could see this place, in order to cover up everything that had happened here. The four old men broke into the Liu mansion and called for someone to help them stagger straight to the back of the mansion. Halfway there, they saw Cui Shi, Zheng Yu, Wang Xiwen, Li Shangyin, and the others dejectedly walking over. After Yang Fan brought Anu and Gong Sunlanji to break into the Liu family with a murderous look, Cui Shi had originally planned to delay him for a while, so that he wouldn't catch up to Liu Binmi. Although Liu Binmi had escaped, the monk could run, but the temple could not. The more extreme Liu Binmi was now, the more severe the punishment from the aristocratic families would be. But if he were to fight with Yang Fan now, no matter who died, there would be no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Once the matter could not be suppressed and was exposed, it would be a battle between the imperial power and the aristocratic families. If the matter was suppressed and not exposed, it would cause a huge internal division in the aristocratic families. He was not stupid and was very clear of this point. But he could not stop the bookworm Zheng Yu by his side. After being shouted at by Yang Fan, Zheng Yu the bookworm panicked and told the truth. Yang Fan had just stopped a carriage outside the mansion. At this time, comparing the two, he naturally believed Zheng Yu's words. When he heard that there were 3 carriages escaping in 3 different directions, he immediately turned pale with fright and immediately chased after them. Cui Shi was trembling with anger, but Zheng Yu the bookworm still said things like those who do not believe in their words do not act according to their actions. People who do not believe in their words are speechless. Sincerity is the way of heaven. Sincerity is the way of man, and so on. Cui Shi was too lazy to talk to him. and hurriedly walked forward, wanting to find his family head to report the situation. But, in the end, he encountered 4 frantic old men. As soon as the 4 old men saw this group of aristocratic children, they immediately stopped and asked at the same time, "Where's Lu Binmi? Where's Yang Fan? Who killed who? Perished together." The 4 old men stopped talking at the same time, and then opened their mouths at the same time, asking the same question. After asking, they stared at each other, not knowing if they should repeat for the 3rd time. Fortunately, the 4 old men's voices were high and low, coarse and soft. Even though they asked twice in unison, the younger generation could still clearly hear what they were asking. Their respective younger generation also rushed forward to answer their ancestors' questions. Great-grandfather Lu Binmi forced his way out of the mansion. Great-grandfather Yang Fan is fine. He has already chased after her. Great-grandfather, don't worry, no one died. Lu Binmi has already escaped. Great-grandfather, the 2 of them did not meet at all. After the few young people finished answering, they were all stunned at the same time. Great-grandfatherly shouted unhappily, "Ask one by one, answer one by one. I'll go first." After saying this, Great-grandfatherly took a step forward and said, "This old man," bang. With a loud explosion, this old man exploded in the backyard of the Lu residence. Hearing this, Great-grandfatherly raised his head and squinted his presbyopic eyes to look at the sky. A beautiful firework exploded in the sky. As soon as Lin Zixiong saw the firework, his expression changed, and he hurriedly whispered something to Great-grandfatherly. At the same time, those around the 4 old men who knew the function of the firework also hurriedly explained it to the family head. The old men's expressions suddenly changed, and they said in unison, "It must be Yang Fan. Let's go." The aristocratic children looked around blankly, thinking to themselves, what does this have to do with Yang Fan? Yang Fan has already gone to kill Lu Binmi. Their minds were in a mess, and they had no time to ask questions at this time. They hurriedly chased after the 4 old men. Lively. The Lu residence was really lively now. Chapter 617. The fireworks were shot from the back of the Lu family's residence. The moment the fireworks exploded, more than 20 figures rushed towards the source of the fireworks from different directions. The first to arrive was the person in charge of patrolling the various hidden posts. He just searched in the flowers and found Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting's mouth was full of blood, lying on the ground, dying, but she was still alive, she was still alive. When Anu was by young Master Zhang's side, she had asked many experts from the succession hall for advice. Some of the experts in the succession hall were proficient in mathematics, Confucian classics, the art of war, the officialdom, and some were proficient in fighting skills. Anu learned a lot of things. She wasn't proficient in any of them and couldn't surpass her, but no one learned more and learned more things than her. Gu Zhuting also taught Anu Kung Fu. Strictly speaking, she was one of Anu's many masters. The Kung Fu she taught Anu was the art of disguise. As a master, it was rare for them to teach all their unique skills to their disciples before determining their inheritors. Not to mention Anu, a so-called disciple who couldn't refuse to teach for the sake of young Master Zhang. Therefore, Gu Zhuting only taught Anu a superb art of disguise. But her family's unique skills were not limited to these. She also knew the art of cartilage and escape, using some clever props to integrate herself with the surrounding environment to form a protective color. This was her unique Kung Fu. Many masters in the succession hall knew about it, but no one knew that this Kung Fu also needed the art of cartilage. No one knew to what extent she had practiced the art of cartilage. It was precisely this point that saved her life. The person who came under young Master Zhang's order didn't know that he didn't break her neck. Because of the sudden change, Gu Zhuting's neck was injured, but her neck was not broken. To be on the safe side, the killer originally wanted to crush Gu Zhuting's throat, but the sudden appearance of the patrolman made it too late. He only kicked Gu Zhuting into the bushes, avoided the patrolman, and left in a hurry. What really hurt Gu Zhuting was that kick. That kick landed right on her heart. Her heart was severely injured, and 2 of her ribs were broken. She did not know if the broken ribs hurt her internal organs, but it was not enough to kill her. She woke up in the flowers and struggled to take out the warning firework. She lit it with a match and sent out a signal. A group of Succession Hall experts surrounded her. In her daze, Gu Zhuyun saw many familiar faces. Her mind relaxed, and she really fainted. 4 old men rushed over with the help of others and arrived just in time to carry Gu Zhuting to a broken carriage board. Li Taigong roared. What happened? Who hurt her? The leader of the killers who was in charge of the patrol was suspicious about Gu Zhiyun's death, but it was a serious matter, so he didn't dare to say anything before confirming it. He recognized the old man and hurriedly bowed to him. He furrowed his brows and shook his head, saying, I'm not sure yet. I'll have to wait for her to wake up to confirm it. Where is Yang Fan? Li Taigong asked bitterly. The man said, Yang Fan hurriedly broke into the back of the house, and then he rushed out from the north gate without stopping. Has Lu Binmi left? Asked old Grand Duke Zhang with a cold face. Yes. Gather your people. From now on, without the orders of us old men, no one's orders will be carried out, including Lu Binmi. Do you understand? Chui Taigong said slowly and forcefully. The man's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed and said, Yes, this subordinate understands. Old Grand Duke Zheng turned his head and shouted at the juniors who had caught up with him, A bunch of good-for-nothings. Take your things and get lost. No one noticed that a girl was standing quietly on a tall, red maple tree in the distance. The red leaves on the tree covered her red dress. Yang Fan broke into the back of the Lu residence and learned that 4 carriages had left the Lu residence separately. Lu Binmi and her confidants were all missing. He immediately understood that the enemy had used a diversion to escape, but he had destroyed one of the 4 carriages. Young Master Jiang could only be hiding in one of the 3 carriages. Which carriage was young Master Jiang? Was Xiao Man with him or in another carriage? Yang Fan had no way to determine, nor did he have the time to determine. He could only randomly choose one carriage to chase. Although there were 3 of them, and they could each chase one carriage, judging from the strength of the warriors they had just met, if they split up, it would be useless even if they caught up. It was likely that they would lose the lives of Anu or Miss Gong's son. Yang Fan had no choice. The horse rushed out of the Lu residence. Before leaving the long alley, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that there was no time to search the Lu residence. Although young Master Lu's carriage was the most suspicious, there was no guarantee that young Master Lu wouldn't take the risk to lure the tiger away from the mountain. So Yang Fan hurriedly ordered Gongsun Lanji to stay and monitor the Lu residence. Only he and Anu chased after the Lu residence. Too many things to do. That was how Yang Fan felt now. He didn't expect that the arrogant and condescending young Master Jiang would choose to escape. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, dozens of knights guarded a carriage as it sped along. The bells on the horses' necks rang rhythmically. The horses' hooves stomped and the wheels rolled. The surrounding knights were all dressed in bright clothes. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the descendants of the rich and powerful families. The pedestrians on the street subconsciously avoided them. Suddenly, a jet-black horse galloped over from the front, blocking the procession head-on. The carriage and the retinue stopped in the middle of the street. When they stopped, the passers-by consciously made a detour. Vermilion Bird Avenue was 100 steps wide. Who would be so bored as to seek trouble in front of these descendants of the rich and powerful families? There were many new nobles in Luoyang and many rich and powerful families in Chang'an. In the end, it was still Chang'an that mattered. The knight who stopped the carriages stood in front of the carriage and reported the news he had just heard. The curtain of the carriage was drawn, and it was quiet. There was another knight accompanying the carriage. He had arms like a monkey and a waist like a bee. He looked very heroic. It was Du Guyu. After listening to the knight's report, Du Guyu frowned. He used the horsewhip to lightly tap the handle of the bronze bridle. He said in a low voice, Lu Binmi actually chose to escape. This is really beyond my expectations. There are 4 carriages. Which direction will he escape to? Will he go through the North Gate and Tong Pass to return to Luoyang, or even his hometown in Fanyang? Or will he go through the East Gate and enter the pass through Lantian Pass? Or maybe he will leave through the South Gate. The curtain of the carriage was slowly rolled up. The boat girl withdrew her hand and sat down on the side of the carriage. Ningka was sitting in the middle of the carriage. She wore a light dew on her head, revealing only her sharp, white, and delicate chin. She coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Why does an elder brother suspect that he will escape to the west?" Dugiyu shook his head and said, "Impossible. The western region is in chaos and it's Shun Mu's territory." At this point, Dugiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He said excitedly, "You mean he'll do the opposite? The more impossible the direction that everyone thinks is, the more likely it is." Ningka sighed softly. She gently lifted the dew off her face and revealed her delicate snow-white face. The setting sun shone on her pretty face from one side. Her slightly frowning eyebrows and her black hair outlined a beautiful scene that was sometimes bright or sometimes dark. "Elder brother, this is not the march of the army, so it's meaningless to analyze whether he will go south or north. He is light and can change directions at any time. He could go back to where he really wants to go through small roads. So he doesn't need to determine which direction to escape to. As long as he escapes, there will be more and more roads in front of him. At that time, even if we know where he is going, we won't be able to find him." Dugiyu's eyes widened. Then what should we do? Doesn't that mean that as long as Yang Fan doesn't find him in the next carriage, we won't be able to catch him again? Ningka gently raised her delicate chin and frowned with displeasure. The aristocrats of Shandong know that his behavior is despicable and his methods are despicable, but they don't want him to die in the hands of Yang Fan and provoke the Lu family to take revenge. So they didn't think of chasing him. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Ningka sighed softly and shook her head. They completely ignored the fact that Yang Fan's wife is still in young Master Zhang's hands. In their eyes, a woman is always insignificant. Don't tell me they still don't understand how important family is to Yang Fan? Dugiyu smiled bitterly. This can't be blamed on them. They have been chasing after Yang Fan all the way to clean up the mess. These old people have already lost their heads. I'm afraid they have never been so embarrassed in their lives. When have they ever met such an idiot before? The corners of Ningka's mouth curled up slightly. She said softly, "I would rather all the men in the world are idiots like this." "Little sister." Ningka stretched out a slender finger and pointed to the front. "Elder brother will take people to chase forward. There's still a long official road out of the city. Before the fork appears, they can only follow the main road. If they chase after him with fast horses, they might be able to catch up." Dugiyu is overjoyed. "Little sister, do you think he will take this road?" Dugiyu had never doubted his little sister's intelligence. If she said that young Master Jiang would take this road, Dugiyu believed that young Master Jiang must be fleeing for his life on the road ahead. Ningka said, "I don't think so." Yang Fan first cut off their carriages on one road, then personally went to chase after the carriages on the north road. Now there are only two roads left, west and south. Dugiyu said, "Then why do I have to chase south?" Ningka said, "Because we're the closest to the south gate." Dugiyu was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. "I understand." He circled his horse and shouted, "Leave a few people behind to protect Mississippi. The rest, follow me." Dugiyu whipped his horse and charged along the wide and straight Vermilion Bird Avenue towards the illustrious Virtue Gate. Behind him, dozens of fast horses whistled as they followed. For a moment, the sound of hooves was like thunder with a faint murderous aura. "I see." Ningka called out to the rider who had just rushed over to report and had yet to leave. "Go to the Wei family immediately and ask them to chase outside the West City. If they don't want to have a direct conflict with the Liu family, it's fine to let Liu Binmi go, but they must rescue Xie Xiaoman. Tell them that fame and fortune can't move Yang Fan's heart. In this person's heart, his family is everything." "Yes." Asi immediately mounted his horse and galloped away. Ningka leaned against the cushion of the chair and panted for a moment, muttering to himself, "In the Guangzhong area, the Wei family is the most powerful. If they want benefits, they should at least put in some effort." Seeing her tired appearance, the boat mistress said worriedly, "Miss, let's go back and wait for news." Ning shook his head and said faintly, "Waiting is a kind of torture. Follow Big Brother. Whether the result is good or bad, I will only feel at ease when I see the result." Chapter 618. The long roar shook the sky. The knights who were riding their horses turned their heads to look, and their faces all changed. Two fast horses galloped along the official road, like arrows released from a bow. Within 1,000 feet of their galloping, there was a cloud of dust that had not yet dispersed, like two horned dragons rolling along the ground. The knights were protecting the carriage, so it was impossible for them to outrun the two pursuers. The knights immediately turned their horses around, pulled out their weapons, and faced them with a murderous aura. On the official road, there were some farmers who were entering the city. When they suddenly saw two groups of people fighting openly, they were so scared that they immediately hid in the countryside and fled. "Kill!" Yang Fan arrived first on his fast horse. With a loud shout, he charged into the enemy group alone with his saber. Tin Ano tightly held onto his ponytail and followed closely behind. Four long sabers stabbed towards Yang Fan's neck, chest, and waist like lightning. The attack was incomparably vicious, and the angle was crafty and sinister. They were not knights who were used to charging on the battlefield. To them, horses were only a means of transportation. They were good at fighting on foot. Although they were riding on horses, all of their attacks were still suitable for fighting on foot. Therefore, when they hastily used this encirclement tactic, they had miscalculated 3 points. First, Yang Fan's strength when he borrowed the horse's momentum. Second, he could ride on the horse, but he could also jump off the horse's back. This sudden acceleration was immeasurable. Third, their foot encirclement attack could only form a single attack on the horse. It was not that they could not attack again if they missed their first move, but they could not use encirclement tactics again. This was because the horses under them could not be as nimble as their legs. In this way, as long as they missed their attack, the encirclement would become a plate of loose sand, and they would fight separately. Although this was only a matter of a moment, it was enough to be fatal. When Yang Fan was about to crash into their encirclement, there was still a distance of 10 feet between them. He gave a light shout and pulled the reins. The fine horse neighed, kicked its hooves, and suddenly leaped up. One man and one horse were no longer charging, but colliding with the 4 people. Because of the warhorse's leap, it suddenly rose by more than 2 feet, causing 2 of the 4 long sabers aimed at Yang Fan to miss. Yang Fan galloped forward on the horse. He swung his saber and turned it into a waterfall, knocking away the 2 long sabers. Then he swung his saber and rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 people. At the same time, his saber cut through the waist of a knight, and the man was cut in half. The upper half of his body fell to the dust, and the lower half of his body was firmly fixed on the belly of the horse. The Tian AI knew was not going to let go of this opportunity. She and Yang Fan followed closely behind. When she saw the situation, she raised both of her hands, and a flying dagger flew out from each of her hands. The flying daggers hit the temples of the 2 knights who had missed their target. She then held her sword in her hand and lifted her, but off the saddle. She then stretched out her arm and stabbed the throat of the 4th knight. If the 4 knights fought face to face, they would not be defeated so quickly, but they misjudged Yang Fan and Anu. Anu's momentum was so fast that if Yang Fan suddenly reined in his horse, the 2 of them would collide head-on. But she just happened to stay close to him, allowing her to seize this fleeting opportunity. At this moment, Anu wanted to fight even harder than Yang Fan. For so many years, she only opened her closed heart for one person. The good impression she slowly accumulated with Yang Fan was just the foundation. What really broke the ice in her heart was the experience of life and death with Yang Fan. As soon as this embankment was broken, the feeling she had suppressed for many years rushed out and could no longer be stopped. She knew that Yang Fan also loved her deeply, but although this feeling was burning, it was not as deep as Xiao Man and Yang Fan, who had been through thick and thin together since childhood, and more than 10 years of missing each other. In her heart, she always felt that Yang Fan had some differences in his love, and he must love Xiao Man the most. Xiao Man was not only kidnapped, but she was also pregnant, which made Anu have a heavy psychological pressure. She was worried that something bad would happen to Xiao Man or the child. Although Yang Fan said that this matter had nothing to do with her, she could not get rid of herself. She always felt that she had a part in it. If she could not save Xiao Man safely, she would not have the courage to continue to be with Yang Fan. Because of this, Anu was now more desperate than Yang Fan. The two of them killed 4 knights in a face-to-face encounter, and there were still 3 more, plus a coachman driving the carriage. Maybe there was also a big man hiding in the carriage waiting for orders. Yang Fan rushed and cut the carriage first. He dodged a knight and cut the shaft on one side of the carriage with a knife. The carriage could not move. At this time, Anu had rushed to him, and the two of them raised their knives and fought again. It was a fierce battle. The wound on Yang Fan's abdomen that was cut last night had already begun to rupture and bleed. In the chaotic battle, his shoulder was cut again. Fortunately, he diverted the force in time, otherwise his arm would have been cut off. When the remaining enemies were beheaded one after another, Yang Fan's body was covered with the enemy's blood and his own blood. He was simply a bloody man, but he did not feel it. He just looked at the carriage that was cut open and shouted desperately, "Not here! Not here either!" There was only a big man hiding in the carriage. At this time, his body was hanging on the broken shaft, and blood was flowing. Anu hurriedly jumped to the ground, tore off a piece of cloth, and hurriedly wrapped his wound. Anu's eyes were filled with tears. She was also desperate. Young Master Jiang divided his forces into 4 groups, and it was a gamble to chase which group he chased. Now that she did not win the gamble, could she catch the remaining 2 carriages in time? Let's continue to chase. Yang Fan grabbed Anu's hand with an erratic fear in his eyes. Now, he could only continue to chase. No matter whether he was desperate or not, as long as there was something to do, he would not collapse. Anu did not speak, just bit her lips and nodded hard. She was raised by young Master Jiang. Even though she was forced by him to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff, she still felt some fear and guilt towards him. It was only now that she had resolutely bid farewell to her past self. The last bit of shadow that young Master Jiang had left in her heart had disappeared. From now on, she would only live for herself and her loved ones. If anything happened to Xiao Man, she would not hesitate to accompany Yang Fan to chase young Master all over the world, and wave a knife in her hand to young Master without hesitation. Gongsun Lanji stood on the big maple tree, staring at the Lu family without blinking. The red maple leaves were her best cover, and Gongsun Lanji, who was dressed in red, stood among them, perfectly hiding herself. In fact, she did not need to be so focused at the moment. Several aristocratic family heads, and those who tried to put young Master Jiang under house arrest in the name of the banquet were still in the Lu family. Even if young Master Lu really came to repair the plank road, it was impossible for him to appear now. If the Lu family had some kind of secret room, he could only wait for these people to leave before coming out. But Gongsun Lanji's eyes were still wide open. What if the Lu family's secret passage led to the outside? Although the Lu Bin residence was huge and the main residence was in the center of the back courtyard, the Lu family would not have thought that there would be such a day, and it was impossible for them to dig a long tunnel all the way to the outside of the residence. But even if there was only a small chance, Gongsun Lanji did not want to neglect it because of her carelessness. She did not notice that on another tree, not far away, there was a masked person also staring at her. That was her mother, Aunt Pei. Aunt Pei was afraid of her husband's anger and had no choice but to follow. When Gongsun Lanji returned to the vicinity of the Lu family for another mission, she naturally did not hesitate to stay behind. She did not want anything to happen to her daughter. In her heart, her family was the most important, followed by her maiden family. On this point, she and Yang Fan were the same. But Yang Fan was poor, but he cared about himself, and when he was rich, he helped the world. As long as he had the ability, he was willing to do something for the world. And there was only one standard for Aunt Pei to do things, whether it was in line with her interests, whether it was in line with the interests of her family. For this, she could sacrifice the interests of others, just like how she, with her large family business, did not care about having an extra servant in the house to eat. Back then, she coldly rejected Yang Fan, forcing Xiaoman and her elder brother to separate. She was not a good person. To be exact, she was a qualified descendant of an aristocratic family. Fortunately, not all descendants of aristocratic families were like her, putting interests above everything else. At least Ning Ke was not. Ning Ke's carriage was rushing along Vermilion Bird Avenue to the illustrious Virtue Gate. Dugiu had already rushed to the illustrious Virtue Gate with his knights. A carriage escorted by 7 or 8 knights had already left the city gate in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. There were 3 people in the carriage: Xiaoman, the child, and Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan was seriously injured. He leaned against the carriage with a thick cushion on his back, trying to reduce the impact of the carriage on his wound as much as possible. After coming out of the Lu family mansion, he did not say anything other than ordering the carriage to drive. Until they were out of Chang'an City, he rolled up the bamboo curtain to let the sunlight and autumn wind through the window. Lu Boyan's face was pale, and even the accumulated wrinkles on his face could not hide it. He quietly looked at Xiaoman, and then turned his eyes to the child in her arms. The bumpy journey was the best lullaby. The child fell asleep, lying in his mother's arms, dreaming sweetly. Xiaoman let the child's head rest in her arms, so that he could sleep more comfortably. When the curtain was opened, she wrapped the swaddling cloth tighter, covering the child's forehead to prevent him from being exposed to the wind. When the bright sunlight shone on the child's delicate face, she would stare at the child's face obsessively. When the sleeping child occasionally frowned, she would also subconsciously frown. When the child occasionally opened his delicate mouth, she would also involuntarily move her lips. That was the feeling of a mother and child's heart being connected. She knew that now that they were out of the city, the possibility of her and the child being saved was getting smaller and smaller. She did not know what would happen next, whether she would see her husband one day, or even this child who had just been born into the world had just bathed in the bright sunlight, whether he would see his father, and whether he would have the chance to welcome the sun tomorrow. Therefore, she cherished every inch of time with the child. Lu Boyan silently stared at the child, and after a long while, gently turned his head, sighed, and raised his eyebrows to look out of the window. Suddenly, he called out, "Guards!" A knight in a green suit bent his head down from the window. Lu Boyan pointed to a small path in front of him and said, "Turn there." The knight in green looked up and raised his doubts. "Elder Lu, that road is rugged and too difficult to walk." Lu Boyan lightly said, "That's why we have to go." The knight did not dare to refute and loudly gave the order. Lu Boyan turned his head and smiled at Xiaoman. "Hold the child more steadily. The road ahead will be more difficult." Xiaoman ignored him, but her hands quietly held the child a little more firmly. The child was sleeping soundly, and she liked to see the child sleep sweetly. Lu Boyan moved the cushion closer to his waist, looked at Xiaoman, and suddenly said with a smile, "Your Lang Jun is the successor of Curly Beard, 3rd Master Zhang, right?" Of course, Yang Fan's experience would not be hidden from Xiaoman, but Xiaoman had never thought that there would be others who knew about Yang Fan's background, especially an enemy. She suddenly raised her head, her face full of surprise. Lu Boyan laughed hoarsely, and there was a kind of serenity on his face, as if he was reminiscing. This old man used to be 3rd Master Zhang's subordinate. Chapter 619. Xiaomang looked at Lu Boyan in surprise. She never thought that this white-haired old man would have a relationship with her Longjuan's great master. Lu Boyan's thoughts seemed to be lost in his memories. He didn't even notice the heavy jolt when the carriage turned onto the small road. The end of the Sui dynasty was in chaos. There were 18 rebellions, 64 rebellions, 72 families of bandits, and the flames of war were everywhere. These people were either local heroes or old ministers of the Sui dynasty. They looked aggressive, but in fact, they didn't have knowledge or ambition. They were just born in response to the chaos. At best, they were local tyrants. They couldn't really achieve hegemony. But Master Zhang San was different. He was the son of Zhang Jilin, the richest man in Yangzhou. He had the wealth to rival a country. He was strategic and talented in both literature and martial arts. Unfortunately, he was a merchant and couldn't gather such a large team. So Master Zhang Sen took a different path and mingled in the Lulin forest. With his heroic spirit and amazing skills, he became the chief of the Lulin forest. Lu Boyan recalled, and his expression became a bit spirited. Girl, the Lulin forest at that time was not like it is now. The Lulin forest now doesn't deserve to be called the Lulin forest. There were 30 to 50 bandits hiding in the deep mountains. Their days were worse than beggars. At that time, the world was in chaos. The weakest of the Lulin forest had 3 to 5,000 people. They occupied a mountain and ruled over a region. Haha, Master Zhang San's path was right. Otherwise, he could only join another volunteer army. At best, he would be fighting for others. Master Zhang San couldn't do something like usurping power, but he also didn't want to be under others. His only choice was to gather the heroes of the Lulin forest scattered all over the world. Others couldn't do this even if they wanted to. Only Master Zhang San could convince the heroes of the Lulin forest. Unfortunately, although Third Master was extremely intelligent, it wasn't an easy task for him to subdue these heroes of the underworld. This matter took up too much of his time. By the time he really became the chief and gathered all the heroes of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks under his banner, the world had already changed. Lu Boyan sighed heavily and said regretfully, the 18 rebellions were all heroes of the Lulin forest. Playing with power? Unqualified. The cause of being a hegemon did not lie in martial arts, but in intelligence. I didn't say that. Third Master told me that. Flames of war rose everywhere as the Great Sway besieged and suppressed, greatly damaging the national strength. At this time, Li Yuan of Taiyuan took the opportunity to rise up. Overthrowing the Great Sway was not the work of King Tang alone. To a large extent, they reaped the fruits of others' labor, stabbing the knife at the most crucial moment. By overthrowing the Great Sway and eliminating the various rebellious kings, the Li family had gained a huge advantage. However, they chose the best time to do so. Didn't this prove that the Li family had good foresight? Those rebellious kings deserved their defeat. By the time Third Master conquered the heroes of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, the destiny of the world had already gathered in the Li family. Third Master thought hard for many days, weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even if he started a war now, he would only lose the lives of many of his good brothers. So he gave up. Hey, he actually gave up. There was a strange red glow on Lu Boyan's face. His eyes were bright and full of expression. He praised Xiao Man. At the end of the Sui dynasty, all the heroes were either hot-blooded men, passionate people who destroyed the foundation of the great Sui dynasty for others, or they were like Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and Li Ji. All of them were talented and cunning. They would never be tricked or taken advantage of. They would follow whoever had a bright future. Those who could adapt to the circumstances would eventually become heroes. But which one of them could compare to Third Master? Lu Boyan was not like a white-haired old man at this time. His crazy demeanor was like a crazy fan talking about the superstar he admired the most. Third Master can take it and let it go. Knowing that it was impossible, he resolutely gave up. Even if he had put in so much effort before, this breadth of mind and boldness, who can compare to him? Xiao Man asked. You are the person who wants to follow Curly Beard to conquer the world. Lu Boyan nodded with a smile and said with pride, Of course. When Third Master was worshipped as the head of the Lulin, I was the grass king of a mountain. Naturally, I was Third Master's subordinate. Moreover, I was the only one among all the leaders who received Third Master's guidance in martial arts. When Lu Boyan said this, he subconsciously puffed out his chest with pride. Xiao Man frowned slightly and said doubtfully, Everyone knows that Curly Beard didn't mobilize his troops and concluded that the world situation was already decided. He didn't want to fight with Li Shimin for the throne, nor did he want to be a subject under Li Shimin. So he mobilized his troops overseas and declared himself king. Why didn't you go with him? Lu Boyan waved his hand and said, Those who went with third master were all his direct subordinates. I was also the leader of a mountain. If I left, what about the brothers who had gone through thick and thin with me? What about their parents, wives, and children? Heh, not long after, just as third master said, the Leaf family took over the world. After that, the Lulin could no longer tolerate it. Everyone disbanded and returned to the fields. The mighty heroes of the Lulin then turned into floating clouds in the sky. When Lu Boyan said this, his voice seemed to be a bit too loud and woke up the sleeping little guy. The little guy closed his eyes and cried loudly. Xiao Man panicked and quickly shook him gently, coaxing him with a soft voice. Unfortunately, the little guy didn't buy it and still cried loudly. Xiao Man hesitated for a moment, turned around, and quietly unbuttoned her clothes. Although there was a man in the car, this man was too young even for her grandfather. In addition, the child's crying made her heart ache, so she couldn't care so much about the taboo. Who knew that the little guy had some kind of bad temper? He stuffed the pacifier into his mouth and spat it out, still crying loudly. Seeing his eyes closed and tears crawling all over his face, Xiao Man's heart ached, but she didn't know the reason why the child was crying so loudly. Lu Boyan was just getting excited when he was interrupted by the little guy. He heard the little guy crying heart-wrenchingly. Lu Boyan's white brows slightly furrowed and said, "Look, the little guy probably pooped or peed. If he's not feeling well, he will also cry and scream." Xiao Man was reminded by him and hurriedly put down the child and opened the package. Sure enough, the little guy had peed. How could he be comfortable with hot urine on his butt? Xiao Man panicked and said helplessly, What should I do? This little mother had only been a mother for a day, and there was no elder woman around to teach her. She didn't know how to serve the child at all. Lu Boyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reluctantly moved closer and said, "Let me do it." Xiao Man hurriedly tied up her clothes and made room for Lu Boyan. Lu Boyan looked at the fat boy who was dancing and crying with his eyes closed and said to Xiao Man, "It's a pity that I didn't prepare some soft cloth." Xiao Man didn't say anything and tore off a few pieces of lining from the hem of her skirt. Lu Boyan took them and spread them on the couch. He folded them into a triangle on the couch and took the little guy out of the original swaddling clothes and gave them to Xiao Man. He took out a few pieces of cloth that weren't completely wet and spread them with the triangular cloth he folded. Then he took the little guy and put him on it, wrapping him up quickly. He returned the wrapped child to Xiao Man. The little guy changed into clean clothes and was patted on the little butt by his mother a few times. Although his little mouth was still pouting and he looked like he had been wronged, he didn't cry anymore. Xiao Man couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Lu Boyan pressed the sword wound on his chest and said with a chuckle, "You're a very obedient child. My great-grandson is much more mischievous than him. He cries for no reason and makes me upset." Xiao Man said in surprise, "Great-grandson? Your great-grandson?" Lu Boyan raised his white eyebrows and said with a chuckle, "Do you think I'm a widower with no children?" Xiao Man lowered her head and gently shook the child in her arms. She said in a low voice, "Your children and grandchildren are also people like you?" Lu Boyan shook his head and sighed. Who would want their children and grandchildren to do such a dangerous business? I even only taught my eldest son martial arts. Later, when the Lu family completely settled down, my children and grandchildren were no longer allowed to learn martial arts. Unless the world is in chaos, otherwise, learning martial arts will do more harm than good. Lu Boyan was silent for a moment before a smile slowly blossomed on his face. With young master's help, this old man's children and grandchildren now all have legitimate jobs. Now my great-grandchildren are all in school, learning to read and write and becoming young teachers. Hee. I'm very satisfied. Xiao Man's heart moved. Although the hope wasn't great, she still wanted to continue talking about this topic. If she could move this old man, even if he wasn't willing to let her go, if she could return her child to Lang Jun. Unexpectedly, before Xiao Man could open her mouth, a horseman rushed to the side of the carriage and reported, "Elder Lu, there are pursuers." Lu Boyan raised his white eyebrows and asked in a deep voice, "Yang Fan?" Xiao Man's heart suddenly jumped. The horseman said, "There are dozens of pursuers, and they seemed to be from the Dugu family. Xiaoman's heart suddenly relaxed. She had always hoped that her Langjun would come to rescue her, but she knew how powerful Lu Boyan was. Although he was injured and looked weak, who knew whether he could fight or not? She hoped that Yang Fan would come, but she was also afraid that Lu Boyan would hurt her Langjun. Her heart was very conflicted. Lu Boyan was a little surprised at first, but then he suddenly smiled and said, "Hey, the Duga family is very bold. There are countless noble families in Shandong's Guanlong, but this is the only family that this old man admires." Lu Boyan suddenly moved his hand like lightning and pointed at Xiaoman's neck. Xiaoman's vision went black, and she immediately fainted. Lu Boyan didn't wait for her to fall to the ground, and then he looked out of the window and said in a deep voice, "We can't get rid of them. Meet the enemy." The horsemen listened to Lu Boyan's order and immediately stopped the carriage. 7 or 8 guards formed a semicircle to protect the carriage. They pulled out their weapons and were ready to fight. Lu Boyan gently put Xiaoman down on the couch and took the child into his arms. He gently stroked his little face and said with a smile, "Your father is the third master's successor. So, you are the third master's disciple. This old man is so old, and I had no choice but to fight with your father. But I still have to make things difficult for a baby like you. I really don't have the face to see the third master in the underworld." Lu Boyan laughed twice. He lifted the swaddling clothes and carefully placed the child on Xiaoman's lap. Then he turned around, lifted the curtain, and walked out. Chapter 620. The Lu family is here. Stop! Do not make a mistake. Seeing the dozens of fast horses about to arrive, one of the guards immediately pulled out his sword and shouted. The speed of the approaching people gradually slowed, and the cone formation gradually turned into a half moon, holding Duguyu in the middle. Duguyu stepped out of the crowd with an imposing appearance. "I don't care if you are from the Lu family or any other family. The wife of one of my close friends has been kidnapped. Your Lu family is a major suspect. I want to inspect the carriage. If the person I am looking for is not in the carriage, I will immediately let you go." The Guanlong family valued martial arts and was uncultured. Their way of doing things was different from the aristocratic families of Shandong. Since Duguyu had decided to befriend Yang Fan, he would not be afraid of the slightest thing. Moreover, the Lu family's foundation was in Fanyang, and the Dugu family's foundation was in Chang'an. The Dugu family's closest power to the aristocratic families of Shandong was the Longshili family, not the Fanyang Lu family. Duguyu did not care if he really offended the Lu family. Unless the other was one of the 4 families of Guanzhong, Wei, Pei, Lu, or Shui, he might hesitate. The Lu family guard with the tip of his sword snorted coldly. Such big words. You think you can inspect the Lu family's carriage just because you want to? Duguyu's hand tightened slightly. He stopped his horse and said with a smile, "I want to inspect, but you won't let me. What else is there to say? Do it." At the same time, Lu Boyan also came out of the carriage and shouted in a deep voice, "Don't waste words, beat them back." Lu Boyan had great prestige among these guards. At his order, the guards did not say another word. Even though there were many enemies in front of them, they still urged their horses forward without any hesitation. In terms of martial arts, young Master Zhang's guards were clearly a level higher. However, Duguyu's group not only outnumbered them, but they were also skilled in horsemanship. On horseback, they could use 120% of their martial arts, but these succession hall experts could not even use 80% of their martial arts. Fortunately, Duguyu didn't want to go too far. He only wanted to stop them from searching the carriage, so he didn't order his subordinates to be heavy-handed. Even so, 7 or 8 experts of the succession hall were more or less injured. When they realized that the horses were restricting their movements, they dismounted from their horses and started to fight. If the war horses couldn't display the advantage of charging, then they would suffer a great loss when fighting against these nimble fighters, especially when these experts from the succession hall cut off the horses' legs before killing them. 4 or 5 Duga residences' imperial bodyguards lost their lives in an instant. After seeing blood and killing people, both sides were truly enraged and no longer showed any mercy. The Dugu residence's imperial bodyguards relied on their numbers to attack the enemy in groups of 3 to 5. Although their martial arts were far inferior to their opponents, they were adept at military warfare. They cooperated with each other. You attack while I defend. Their coordination was flawless. Using their advantage in numbers and joint attack tactics, they made up for their lack of martial arts. In this kind of stalemate, there were constant injuries and deaths as the price. In the melee, people were constantly injured and people constantly fell. Fortunately, they were far away from the official road, and no one saw such a fierce battle. They could fight without any distractions. It was either live or die. Dugu sat upright on his horse, his sharp eyes piercing through the crowd of people fighting and looking at the carriage. Lu Boyan stood on the carriage like a pine tree probing out of a rock, calmly looking at Dugu. The distance between them was less than 20 zhang. To Dugu's precious horse, 20 zhang was a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. But between the two sides, there were 30 to 40 people fighting to the death. Sword shadows, saber light, and bloodstains. Before one side died, this distance in the blink of an eye was like the end of the world. Which direction to chase? Standing at the crossroads, Tin Ano asked while gasping for breath. Of the 4 carriages, they had already intercepted one and caught up to another. The other 2 had fled to who knew where. There were 3 directions, and there were 2 carriages in 3 directions. Anu dared to fight with all her might, but she didn't dare to decide which direction to chase. This responsibility was too heavy for her to bear. Chase forward. Without hesitation, Yang Fan charged south along Vermilion Bird Avenue. He didn't know which direction the 2 carriages had gone, nor did he know which of the 2 carriages was his target. He didn't even know if he could catch up to the carriages if he chased after them. He just wanted to keep running. As long as he was still running, there was no despair. Without another word, Tian Nu followed Yang Fan and charged towards the illustrious Virtue Gate. They were already very tired from the constant running and killing, but they were still as fast as the wind. In order to not attract the attention of the guards when they entered the city, they were all wrapped in relatively clean robes and cloaks that they had taken from the Lu residence's guards. As they galloped, their cloaks were like 2 clouds blown by the wind, slowly heading south and then south. Lu Biantian was like a cunning hound with a keen sense of smell. He usually curled up in his yamen, looking lazy, but when there was a slight movement, he would prick up his ears, focus his eyes, and look into the distance quietly and vigilantly. When he found his target, he would jump up. In the morning, he went to the detention room to deal with the backlog of official duties. Just as he was about to drink a bowl of buttermilk and rest, a shopkeeper's words alerted him. There seemed to be a fight in the Lu residence of Xingning Lane. Some neighbors heard quarreling and cursing coming from the Lu residence, as well as the clanging of weapons. Lu Biantian was in charge of the huge Chang'an city. Even if it was a murder case, there would be judicial officials to handle it, let alone a fight. Otherwise, as the Chang'an magistrate, he wouldn't be able to handle it, even if he died of exhaustion. But this case happened in the Lu residence, so it was different. One of his important tasks in the Chang and local government was to monitor these aristocratic families. Lu Biantian immediately ordered people to rush to the Lu residence to find out what was going on. When his people pounced on the Lu residence like a pack of hunting dogs, they didn't even let them through the door. Although these public security officers usually swaggered around, if the Lu residence didn't let them in, they really didn't dare to barge in. They stood at the door and asked, but the Lu residents indifferently told them. The master went back to Fanyang province to visit his family. There's a large amount of property to be transported. 2 servants tried to steal the property, but were discovered and punished. They don't need to worry about the Lu residents. Then they closed the door. After hearing this, Lu Biantian didn't take it to heart. Such an independent incident wasn't enough to make him nervous. He originally thought this matter was over. But in the afternoon, he heard that there seemed to be sounds of metal cruising and fighting in the Lu residence of Yongping Lane. The Lu residence again? This time, Lu Biantian wouldn't take it lightly. He specially sent an experienced confidant to Yongping Lane to investigate. Originally, the second house Yang Fan went to his Jing'an Lane. But at that time, Old Duke Li, Old Duke Wang, and old Duke Zheng were all there. The three elders had already issued a gag order, and all traces had been erased. The neighbors who might have heard something had also operated, so no news had spread. When Lu Biantian's confidant rushed to Yongping Lane, he saw people slaughtering pigs and sheep in the alley. Blood was splattered all over the ground. As he walked forward, a strong smell of meat wafted over, making his mouth water. The autumn air was crisp, and the Lu residence was grilling meat. This constable was calm and experienced in handling cases. When he first saw the Lu residents slaughtering livestock in front of the yard, he was already suspicious. He had already asked around and knew that the owner of this place had returned to Fanyang. It was said that it was the grand ancestral worship ceremony that happened once every 10 years, and that the old duke would celebrate his birthday. Now that the Lu residence was so lively, it was a little too strange. He had thought of many excuses. No matter how difficult the owner tried to make things for him, he would go in and take a look. But when he arrived at the Lu residence, they let him in without any hindrance. He didn't use any of the excuses he had prepared beforehand. After the constable entered, he finally understood why the people who answered the door didn't stop him. These people weren't from the Lu residence at all. In the main hall of the front yard, the young masters of the Chui family, Zheng family, Li family, and Wang family were all present. All of them were red in the face from drinking. In the courtyard outside the hall, several pairs of warriors were fighting. After asking around, he found out that these young masters were tired of playing the game of throwing pearls into the water and were competing with each other in martial arts. All the young masters displayed their skills. The courtyard was filled with the shadows of swords and sabers, and the sounds of killing could be heard continuously. That was not all. These young masters who represented the aristocratic families had some good friends, senior brothers, and junior brothers. They were all cheering from the side. The intense shouts were incessant, filling the air. Whichever young master won would clap his hands and laugh. His subordinates would also play along, beating gongs, lighting fireworks, and setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Only then did the constable understand why they were slaughtering livestock outside. It turned out that they had borrowed someone else's house, so it was inconvenient for them to enter the inner residence. The constable didn't find anything suspicious, so he went back to the magistrate's office to report. When he returned to the magistrate's office, he happened to see that Lord Lu had sent a large group of people to the North City. It was said that there was a bloody battle outside the North City. When they arrived at the scene of the battle, they saw nothing but a few pools of blood. There were no victims, no murderers, no corpses. The main road was empty. If it weren't for the few pools of blood on the ground, they would have suspected that someone was playing tricks on the officials. However, there were only a few pools of blood. What could they do? When Lu Qiantian heard the constable's report, his suspicions were dispelled. However, when he heard that there was a model bandit in the city who was so resourceful and obedient that he didn't cause any trouble for the officials, his suspicions were once again aroused. With this kind of ability, who else could it be other than those aristocratic families? He really wanted to know what exactly happened. These three groundless incidents almost all had something to do with the word fight. However, he just couldn't figure out who was fighting who, why they were fighting, and what was the outcome of the fight. This mystery made the royal hunting dog so anxious that it couldn't be scratched. It ran around in circles. 5 miles out of the city, Yang Fan was urging the horse to gallop faster and faster. Tin Ano suddenly shouted, "There's a carriage over there." Yang Fan turned his head when he heard this. He saw a small row by the side of the road. The roof of a carriage had just disappeared under a mound at the end of the road. Yang Fan immediately urged the horse. The horse couldn't stop and was exhausted. With a bang, it fell to the ground and broke one of its legs. Luckily, Yang Fan was agile and jumped away the moment the horse fell. "Come up." Tin Ano reached out and grabbed Yang Fan's hand. He interlocked his fingers with Yang Fan's and pulled him in front of him. The two of them and one horse rushed towards a mound on the small road. Chapter 621. Yang Fan and Anu left the main road and rushed along the small path. After a while, they passed the mound. Looking ahead, the carriage was still not far ahead, and it didn't seem to be moving fast. As soon as Yang Fan saw that there were only 2 guards beside the carriage, his heart sank. We're chasing the wrong person." In order to confuse the enemy, young Master Jiang had several carriages in different directions, and the guards were all the same. If this carriage was the one he was looking for, there should be 7 or 8 guards beside it. In fact, he also knew that the chances of him chasing after the car were extremely slim, but he was still unwilling to give up. He didn't want to give up until he caught up with the car and realized that it wasn't his target. Despair and frustration came crashing down on him like a mountain. The guard next to the carriage suddenly heard the sound of hoof beats behind him. He hastily pulled out his saber and turned around to be on guard. Suddenly, he saw Yang Fan clearly and hastily sheathed his saber and cried out in alarm, "Dr. Yang!" Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he fixed his eyes on them. He didn't know them. He didn't know those two people, but they knew him. Yang Fan and the Dugu family had been in contact for a long time. Yang Fan wouldn't deliberately remember the appearance of the 2 guards of the Dugu family, but the 2 guards would definitely recognize this good friend of the head of the family. "Who are you?" A glimmer of hope sprouted in Yang Fan's heart, and he urged the horse forward. In the carriage, Miss Ning heard the guard's call and came out with the help of the boat girl. It was as if a tender blade of grass had crawled out from the crevice of an ink-colored rock. The blade of grass swayed in the wind, fragile and fragile, but because of its appearance, the lifeless rock seemed to glow with a sense of life. The shallow dew rose slightly, revealing a delicate snow-white face. It was as if the tender grass had just struggled out of the rock and could not wait to spit out its flower bud. "Erlang!" Ning showed a happy smile on her face. She knew that Yang Fan was in a hurry, so she didn't say a word of courtesy and immediately said, "Eldest brother chased young Master Zhang's carriage out of the city first. Cough, cough. He left a mark on the roadside and is heading this way." Ning's little hand pointed forward, and her sleeve slid down, revealing her white wrist. She didn't wear anything on her wrist. Her wrist was too thin. Even if she wore a jade bracelet, it would be a little shaky. If she wasn't careful, it would slip off her wrist. "Thank you." Yang Fan nodded heavily, kicked the stirrups, and galloped towards the direction pointed by Miss Ning like an arrow. Sitting behind Yang Fan, Anu nodded gratefully to Ning Ku in a hurry. The boat lady shook her head and said softly, "This man is too impulsive." Ning Ku said lightly, "It's boring if I don't do this." "Huh?" The boat maiden didn't understand. Ning Ku returned to the car and sat down. The car followed Yang Fan and Anu and drove forward. Ning Ku said softly, "When actors learn a play, there's a saying that goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't succeed. In my opinion, aren't we all the same? To be a man, we must have some true feelings." She was silent for a moment, and then said, "Go Jian's forbearance and Liu Bang's ruthlessness may be the skills that men need to have in order to achieve great things, but I don't like them. It's boring to be a man like that. It's boring to be a man like that. Does Miss like Yang Fan?" This sentence had rushed to the tip of her tongue, but was forcibly swallowed back by the boat lady. Miss had always been indifferent. She had never appreciated a man like this before, let alone showed her appreciation for a man so clearly. She had lived a hard life. The chronic disease was like a devil that she could never get rid of, tormenting her forever. Happiness was always a luxury for a girl who grew up in an aristocratic family and was supposed to be a proud daughter. Even if she could eat one more bite at a meal, even if she showed one more smile one day, the boat lady would be so happy that she wanted to cry. If Miss really liked that man, for the sake of Miss's happiness, she would do anything to get Miss and that man together. However, at Miss's age, she should have gotten married long ago. Even if she never had anyone she particularly liked, her family wouldn't let a girl over 20 still be unmarried. The reason why she hadn't gotten married yet was because of her weak and sick body, so the boat lady didn't dare to ask, for fear of touching the eternal pain in Miss's heart. Ning Ku was silent for a long time, and then looked back at her with bright eyes. "I'm destined to live a short life, so I'd rather live a vigorous life like this." The boat lady's eyes quickly became misty. She choked back her sobs and forced a smile. "Miss, you're talking nonsense again. Although Miss's body is weak, people often say that prolonged illness lengthens life. Miss, you'll definitely live a long life. Even if I die, you'll live well. Ning Ku smiled, like a tenacious little life that was finally born under a rock. Her tender body was finally ground out from the hard cracks, and she stretched her body to the sky and the earth, feeling the sunshine and rain, and showed a beautiful smile of contentment. In the wilderness, there was only one last guard of the Liu family who was still struggling. The guards of the Dugu family had already climbed back to their horses with wounds all over their bodies and surrounded the carriage. At this point, they wouldn't let anyone leave alive, no matter whether the person they were looking for was in the carriage or not. They wouldn't stop until one of them died. Liu Boyan was still standing firmly on the shaft of the carriage. He didn't move even when the Dugu family's knights surrounded him and the carriage. Even when the coachman jumped out of the carriage, picked up a knife, and rushed forward with a roar, he still didn't move, like a statue. The Dugu family's guards, who were wounded but became more ferocious like a pack of wolves, soon tore the coachman into pieces. They raised their blood-stained steel knives, as if baring their sharp teeth, and approached the carriage step by step. The guards who surrounded the carriage held the reins in one hand and the knives in the other, eager to have a go. If Mrs. Yang was really in the carriage, they were worried that the old man would take her hostage. So if he turned around and bent down, these knights would rush to stop him at all costs, even if they had to die together. However, so many skilled warriors had already been killed, let alone such a decrepit old man. This old man was so old that a gust of wind could blow him down, and he was seriously injured. The knights looked at him with some contempt. Perhaps the only thing this old man could do now was to kneel and beg for mercy. The old man didn't turn around and crawl back into the carriage, nor did he kneel and beg for mercy. He suddenly moved, like a withered leaf blown by the wind. He silently soared up and silently landed 2 feet in front of the carriage. The tip of his foot flicked, and a knife flew up, flipped a few times in the air, and landed firmly in his palm. The knights were in an uproar. So this old man was a real expert. Although they had the advantage in numbers, and although they were young and strong, they all became nervous. Even Dugu Yu's 4 bodyguards, who had not drawn their swords, nervously moved closer to him and unsheathed their sharp blades. Liu Boyan held the knife in his hand, and his old appearance immediately disappeared. Apart from the blazing light in his eyes, his whole body also radiated a powerful and fierce aura. The surrounding guards all took a step back in unison, as if they had sensed a dangerous aura. But this dangerous atmosphere immediately disappeared because the sound of hooves could be heard in the distance. There were 2 people and a horse. The horse was already using all its strength, and the person on the horse was leaning forward, like a sharp sword that could pierce through the heaven and earth. For a moment, the surrounding guards didn't quite understand the identity of the other party, and immediately a few riders turned their horses around to be on guard. Liu Boyan only took a look at the figure, and he already knew who had arrived. He couldn't help but stroke his beard happy. His performance made it even more so that the people who had arrived were his reinforcements. It wasn't until the horse and 2 riders came close that Dugu Yu saw clearly who they were and took the lead to shout, "We're on the same side." The horse used its inertia to run forward, and when it got close, it finally couldn't run anymore. Its leg tripped over a corpse, and it fell with a loud crash. Yang Fan and Tin Ano separated to the left and right, and leapt up with great effort. When they landed again, they just happened to form a triangle, facing Liu Boyan. "My wife, where's she?" Yang Fan's voice was already trembling as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Liu Boyan was among the Liu family's carriages, and this made him wild with joy. He knew that Liu Boyan was an important person under young Master Jiang. If he was here, then Xiao Man would also be in this carriage. He was so concerned that his voice was trembling. Anu pursed her lips and didn't say a word, but the sword in her right hand was hidden behind her elbow, and her left hand seemed to grasp something from her sleeve. Liu Boyan smiled at her and said indifferently, "Those little things can't hurt me." Anu pursed her lips and still didn't speak. She also believed that her hidden weapons couldn't hurt Liu Boyan, but it was enough to create some trouble for him. Liu Boyan's injuries were not light. No matter how good his martial arts were, with such serious injuries, how much of his fighting power could he exert? At this point, it was useless to be afraid or worried. The only thing left to do was to fight. Yang Fan took a step forward, the steel saber slanted, and asked again in a deep voice, "Where is my wife?" Liu Boyan smiled and said, "If you can kill me, you can check the carriage, and the answer you will naturally know." Yang Fan's eyes shone brightly. His right leg slowly sank. Both hands clenched the saber hilt, and suddenly shouted. The steel saber turned into a lightning bolt and slashed at Liu Boyan. At the same time, Anu also shouted. Her left hand turned over, and a cold light shot out. At the same time, her body moved, and the sword behind her elbow stabbed at Liu Boyan's lower abdomen from a strange angle. Liu Boyan's wrist shook. The cold electric saber in his palm was like a wheel, making a buzzing sound, and his figure didn't retreat a step. No matter how fierce Yang Fan's saber momentum was, and how agile and strange Anu's sword movement was, he was steady and tough like a 10,000-year-old rock, standing still. Yang Fan's saber was vigorous and fierce, incomparably fierce, and Anu's sword was as fast as lightning, agile and strange. Both of them were like forging iron, one fast and one slow, one heavy and one light, circling around Liu Boyan like a whirlwind. The guards who were watching the battle from all sides saw the martial arts of both sides, and they were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The saber light flashed, and the wind whistled. Yang Fan and Anu's attacks were as dense as a shower, but when they fell on Liu Boyan's hands, there was only a series of ding, dang, 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 as if they were really forging iron. This battle would not end until one side died. Chapter 622. Liu Boyan was stabbed in the heart by Aunt Pei. His heart was pierced, and his injury was extremely serious. With this move, the wound burst open and the blood gradually permeated his robe. Subsequently, a strange flush appeared on his face, and the strength of his hands gradually became unstable. Although this change was slight, Yang Fan and Anu who were fighting with him could clearly feel that their offensive became fiercer. Cough. During the battle, Liu Boyan suddenly coughed because of the wound tearing. This cough caused the momentum of the saber to pause, and the strength was also loosened. Yang Fan seized this rare opportunity, and with a fierce roar, the saber in his hand slashed several times in a row like a mad tiger, forcing Liu Boyan to retreat 4 steps in a row. Then he suddenly leaped up like an eagle soaring in the sky, majestic and vigorous. Yang Fan's upward momentum was slightly exhausted. He suddenly curled up his body and took advantage of the momentum to stretch out like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. He and the saber became one and chopped down on Liu Boyan's head. The horse light was like lightning, and the chi was surging like a mountain. Upon seeing this, the Tian AI slave suddenly pounced forward and stuck close to the ground. Like a snake, it attacked Liu Boyan with its sword raised like a snake spitting out its tongue, aiming for Liu Boyan's heart. One heaven and one earth, one up and one down, both were full force attacks. Liu Boyan's long saber swept horizontally, and the cold saber light was like the raging waves of the Yellow River, rolling up. Clang! 2 wild saber lights collided fiercely, and the 2 sabers broke at the same time. The wound on Liu Boyan's chest was greatly shaken, and a mouthful of sweet blood rushed to his throat. Yang Fan fell to the ground with the saber hilt still in his hand. There was less than half a foot of blade left on the hilt. This half-foot remnant of the blade slid from Liu Boyan's chest to his lower abdomen with the force of his fall, and with a ding sound, it collided with the blade that Tin Ano stabbed into Liu Boyan's lower abdomen. Retreat. Yang Fan was afraid that Liu Boyan would suddenly hurt someone, so he pressed down on Anu's shoulder and forcefully flung her backward. He also suddenly turned around and flew 10 feet away. He pressed his palm on the ground and immediately leaped up. Liu Boyan seemed to be drunk as he staggered back a few steps. His legs suddenly tensed up, and only then did he stand firm. A terrifying wound stretched from his chest to his lower abdomen, and fresh blood flowed out. Huh? Lu Boyan laughed heartily. As he laughed, blood gushed out from his mouth. Yang Fan continued to stare at him vigilantly. When a lion was about to die, no one dared to underestimate him. Lu Boyan smiled, and his majestic and tall body slowly fell backwards. Although he had fallen, he was still as strong as a mountain. The hero of his generation had finally reached the end of his life. Everyone was silent on the spot. After a long while, when Lu Boyan still didn't make a move, Yang Fan finally pounced towards the car like a fleeing rabbit. "Be careful!" Anu hurriedly shouted, worried that there was still a swordsman hiding in the car. But Yang Fan had already lifted the curtain of the sedan. The curtain of the sedan was raised and rolled up to the roof. Yang Fan immediately saw Xiao Man lying quietly on the couch. Yang Fan's heart sank. He jumped into the car and reached out to grab Xiao Man. He immediately realized that she was still alive. His heart was at ease, and his knees suddenly weakened, and he almost sat in the car. Then, he was shocked to find that on the inside of Xiao Man's body, there was a small head resting on the crook of his arm. The small head was moving back and forth. After a moment, a fair and chubby little baby opened his eyes. A pair of lacquer-like eyes looked around and then slowly fixed on him. Yang Fan let out a strange cry and really sat down. Hearing his strange cry, Anu only thought that he had been plotted against by someone. Anxious, she raised her sword and pounced on the carriage. Looking into the carriage, she was also stunned. Ningke's car was originally very spacious, but after squeezing in Yang Fan, Anu, Xiao Man, and a little baby, it became a little crowded. A group of people squeezed into a full car and drove to Chang'an City. Behind them, Yu was leading the remaining guards to clean up the scene. After old Lu left the Lu mansion, he ordered the car to wander around the alleys. Xiao Man, who had just woken up, snuggled in Yang Fan's arms and softly told her experience after being taken away. Ningke didn't listen to them at all, but just stared at the little guy lying on the couch with curiosity and interest. The eyes of a newborn were clearer than the spring water in the deep mountains, revealing a sense of innocence. Although Ningke's eyes were deeper than his, they were also clear and bright. The little guy probably liked the clean and beautiful aura emitted from her body, and had a kind of joy in dancing. Ningke stretched out a slender finger to touch him, and he grabbed Ningke's finger, seeming to be stronger than her. Then he pursed his lips, kicked his two chubby lotus root legs, and tried hard to blow a bubble, which made Ningke laugh. The two of them, one big and one small, were enjoying it. Mr. Lu did this to create a chance for young master to escape. Hearing Xiao Man's words, Nu softly analyzed. Although Mr. Lu is also one of young master's subordinates, he has been taking care of young master since he was a child. I can see that Mr. Lu loves young master very much and treats young master as his own grandson. Yang Fan nodded, gently held her hand, and listened to Xiao Man continue. No one knew the real purpose of Lu Boyan's wandering in the alleys after leaving the Lu mansion. Lu Boyan also didn't know which car young Master Jiang was in. Young Master Jiang never discussed his plans with others. He only needed others to obey him. Lu Boyan lay quietly in the room to recuperate. When he was helped out, he had already been informed of the plan to break out of the encirclement, and he was asked to be in charge of a very important car. Take Xiao Man and her son back to Luoyang. Lu Boyan loved young Master Jiang as his own grandson. He hoped that young Master would pull himself together and never give up, but he didn't want young Master to use such despicable means, kidnapping a woman's young son to threaten the opponent. When he knew that Yang Fan's wife was kidnapped and gave birth to a child, he felt very wrong. But at that time, the situation was urgent, and he didn't see young Master at all, nor had time to persuade him, and was helped into the car. Yang Fan was the descendant of curly-beard third Master Zhang, whom he admired the most in his life. Although this underworld lord had long become the Lu family's lackey and now served his own master, even if Yang Fan was the successor of his former master, he could only serve young Master Jiang. But in the Gongsun mansion, when he was about to slap Yang Fan, he still couldn't bear it and tried to spare Yang Fan's life. Now, Facing a baby in swaddling clothes, a underworld lord's morality and pride wouldn't allow him to do such a thing, not to mention that this baby was the disciple of his former master. In his view, a man could die, but he couldn't lose. A man could lose, but he couldn't lose his indomitable, manly spirit. Young Master had done wrong in this matter. It would damage young Master's reputation, so he had to do his best to redeem it. He wanted to return the woman and the child to Young Fan. But if he did so, he would let down young Master's trust. Young Master clearly valued Xiao Man and her son, so he gave them to him to look after. If he wanted loyalty, he didn't have morality, and if he wanted morality, he didn't have loyalty. He couldn't balance both, so he could only die. Therefore, under his command, after the horse carriage left the Lu mansion, it wandered around Chang'an for a long time. Of course, he wanted to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives and create an opportunity for young Master to successfully escape from danger, and also to create an opportunity for Yang Fan to catch up with him. He wanted to use himself as bait and use his life to repay young Master's loyalty and to return Yang Fan's morality. He succeeded, so he died with a smile, a happy smile, and a happy death. No one would understand his painstaking efforts, and he didn't need others to understand. He only wanted peace of mind. The search for young Master Zhang's whereabouts included all the forces of the aristocratic families of Shandong and the Guanlong family. The Lu family's mansion was almost dug up 3 feet into the ground. The answer that Lord Lu, who had rushed over after smelling the smell, was the Lu family wants to take advantage of the opportunity of Master returning to Fanyang province to renovate the entire mansion. In Chang, and on the roads leading to all directions, there were mysterious knights of unknown origin shuttling back and forth all day long. But young Master Jiang was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news at all. After 3 days, the search operation finally gave up. Judging from the time, young Master Jiang should have left Guangzhou by now. Although Yang Fan didn't catch young Master Jiang, Xiao Man and her son returned safely, which was a daunting experience without danger. Looking at his white and chubby baby son, Yang Fan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. For a moment, he didn't care about the futile pursuit of young Master Jiang. Anyway, the monk could run, but the temple could not. In these 3 days, the Gongsun mansion was unusually quiet. All the aristocratic families sent people to patrol outside the Gongsun mansion day and night. Even a male mosquito couldn't fly in. However, during these 3 days, not a single force took the initiative to make contact with Yang Fan. The Gongsun mansion was truly quiet, extremely quiet. Lu Qietian jumped up and down. His sensitive nose smelled the scent of a conspiracy. But under the efforts of the Shandong aristocratic families and the cooperation of the Guanlong aristocratic families, even if many of the low-ranking officials in the mansion started to pretend to agree but secretly oppose, he really couldn't find any evidence of a conspiracy. There were only some suspicious points that didn't form a complete line of reasoning. He couldn't report a single word to the emperor and had to hide these matters. If there was merit to be reported, if there was a mistake that could not be hidden or covered up, then he had to report it. But opening both eyes could only prove that he was useless. Closing one meant that it didn't matter. What would he choose? He wasn't stupid. After the aristocratic families of King Shui, Li, and Zheng gave up on pursuing young Master Jiang, they jointly wrote a letter to Fanyang. They severely criticized young Master Jiang for not seeing the big picture, for not caring for the big picture, and for his actions blinded by greed. They also proposed a formal decision: remove young Master Jiang from his position as the head of the obvious sect. The imperial envoy of the court had already passed through Tong Pass and was slowly heading towards Chang'an. The aristocratic families had to once again face that serious topic, Yang Fan's conditions. This matter needed to be decided by all the aristocratic families. The proposal to remove young Master Jiang from his position had been unanimously passed by all the aristocratic families because of young Master Jiang's perverse actions. But the aristocratic families still hadn't reached an agreement on whether Yang Fan should succeed him. So, 3 days later, on the day the order to capture young Master Jiang was withdrawn, Longxi Great Duke Li and Yingyang Great Duke Zheng went together to Mount Zhongnan. The Taiyuan royal family and the Qinghe Chui family went together to the Li Mountain Hot Spring Palace. The Zhao Commandery Li family and the Bowling Chui family had already attended Li Mubai's 88th birthday. After resting for a few days, they set off to return home. The news that Lu Xiantian received was that these old fellows were either touring the mountains, playing in the water, or returning home. He had personally rushed to the Tenli Long Pavilion to send off the two elders who had left Chang'an, but he had never thought that when he returned to the government office, before he had even sat down, these people had all appeared at the Gongsun family. An important meeting that would decide the future of the world, the aristocratic families, the succession hall, and Yang Fan was secretly held at the Gongsun family. Chapter 623. Gongsun Bufan had always been reluctant to deal with the aristocratic families. Therefore, they rarely interacted with each other. Everyone knew this, especially Lu Biantian, who had been in Chang and for many years. Therefore, he paid the least attention to the Gongsun clan. This time, the aristocratic families had chosen this place as their meeting place. Although Gongsun Bufan hated dealing with the aristocratic families, he wouldn't reject them if they wanted to borrow the Junhua Hall's private room. Although he didn't like it, if he offended all the aristocratic families just because he didn't like them, he would be even more foolish than Yang Fan. Although this meeting was very important to the succession hall, and even they themselves did not foresee that everything decided today would have a far-reaching impact not only on them, but also on the court, on the world, and on the future. But this meeting could not be said to be solemn, or extraordinary. The entire scene consisted of 6 white-haired old men. Some had their legs crossed, some were sitting cross-legged, and some were lazily leaning against the pillows on the couch. In front of each of them was a small table with some fruits and drinks on it. 2 windows were opened in the hall, and outside the window was a pond. The lotus flowers were no longer in the pond, and the lotus leaves had withered. Only a few lotus pods were left standing there. The 6 elders were sitting leisurely and chatting. There was no one presiding over the meeting, nor was there any order of speaking. The clan head of the Chui clan of Bowling said in a deep voice, "The biggest problem is that he isn't one of us." The clan head of the Wang clan of Taiyuan said, "I have discussed this with old Zheng and Mu Bai, but we don't have a better solution. To make him one of us, we have to make him the son-in-law of an aristocratic family. But no matter which family's daughter is, there's no reason to marry him secretly. Marry him openly? Then the empress won't use him. Therefore, there's no solution to this problem." Li Mu Bai stroked his beard and didn't say anything, because Shun Mu, whom he supported, had already become the master of the hidden sect of the succession hall. His identity was rather sensitive, and it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Old Grandpa Zheng glanced at Li Mu Bai and coughed. "I don't think this problem is a problem. This old man believes that no one is born to be one of us. We all become one of us through various relationships. So what if Lu Binmi is one of us? Yang Fan has the same ambition as us, to return power to Li. Once he becomes the leader of Xian sect, he will have the same benefits as us. Sooner or later, he will become one of us. There is no need to use a marriage contract to restrict him. If he wanted to enter Xian sect, without 10 to 20 years of work, he wouldn't be able to build up a power that completely belonged to him. 10 or 20 years later, he will be connected to us by blood. I don't know why he would do something like betraying his family. Moreover, will the Empress still be alive until then? If there's anyone who's worried, you could just marry Yang Fan's son." Obviously, great-grandfather Zheng and Li Mu Bai had reached an agreement. These words were probably the reason why Li Mu Bai had convinced him. Now, it was just that it was inconvenient for Li Mu Bai to express his opinion, so he sold Li Mu Bai's words to others. The Chui clan's patriarch pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "I feel that this isn't a big problem. What's important is that Yang Fan is so impulsive. Can he take on such a heavy responsibility?" The patriarch of the Li clan from Zhao Commandery snorted and said, "Just because he manipulated us old fellows, isn't this ability enough? In the past 2 days, this old man has carefully investigated everything related to his past. This person is worthy of the evaluation of being bold, meticulous, and experienced in handling matters. He is intelligent and resourceful, and also has great courage." Qinghe Chui smiled faintly and said, "Then how do you explain everything that happened in Chang in these days?" Zhao genuinely glared at him and said, "What's the hurry? I haven't finished speaking. However, this person also has a shortcoming, or rather, his reverse scale. This person lost his parents when he was young. He has no parents, no relatives, so he especially values his family. Anything can be discussed, and it is not easy to make him lose his composure. The only thing that cannot be harmed is his family. Regarding this, it isn't a big problem." Zhao genuinely stretched his back and played with a fruit with a smile. He said leisurely, "Once he becomes the lord of the Xian clan, unless the emperor sends troops to confiscate his home, who else can touch his family? What's more, how can you trust a person who has no shortcoming at all?" The Taiyuan king said, "What I am worried about now is whether Yang Fan will let it go like this. And that little beast Lu Binmi, since he dared to ignore us and brazenly leave, will he fight with Yang Fan again out of anger? If that's the case, and we give Xian Zong to Yang Fan, that will be harming us. The two of them both control a portion of Xian Zong's power. With such great power, if they fight, they can't hide it from the emperor." Li Mubai coughed and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I will persuade Yang Fan. As for Lu Binmi, unless that old guy from the Lu family wants to die together, he will use all methods to stop that grandson of his from continuing to cause trouble." Qinghe Chui slowly scanned everyone and said coolly, "This means that you all agree to let Yang Fan take over the Xian clan?" Haha. Originally, the succession hall was the succession hall, but because of that brat Shin Mu, he split the succession hall into two, making it the Xian clan and the hidden clan. Us old guys had to agree. Now, the Xian clan has changed masters. Qinghe Chui looked meaningfully at Li Mubai and smiled. The new waves of the river push on the old, and the new replace the old. This world will belong to the younger generation sooner or later. There is no harm in letting them have a try. However, his smile faded as he said in a low voice, "The Guanlong family has been eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. This time, they have something to use against us. They won't be satisfied with just a little benefit. Let's not talk about the distant future. At the very least, they will definitely want a bigger share of the southern border's affairs. How are we going to settle this? I will resolve this matter." Yang Fan lowered his head and thought for a long time. He suddenly raised his head and said to Li Mubai, "As for young Master Jiang, don't worry. Since my wife and son have not been harmed, as long as he does not provoke me in the future, I will not actively provoke him. I know that he has the Fan Yang Lu clan behind him and will not be so arrogant." When Yang Fan said this, he smiled slightly. He suddenly thought of the huge pit that he had started to dig for young Master Jiang and Luoyang before he had even left the capital. Li Mubai heard that he would not continue to tangle with young Master Jiang and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then his face tightened and he said nervously, "But how will you resolve Guanlong's side? Those people are like a pack of hungry wolves. They finally have a big meal and will not easily give it up." Yang Fan calmly smiled and said, "Great-grandfather, don't you think that my foolishness these days will not only cause headaches to the elders in Shandong, but also the elders in Guanlong?" Li Mubai was startled and said with a wry smile, "Don't. I have already told Ning Ke that I will give her the green damask on her birthday next year. If you do it again, I will have to give it to her in advance." Yang Fan was surprised and asked why. Li Mubai grumpily glared at him and said, "Because I am anxious and angry and have already passed away. I have already slept in a coffin made of gloomy wood that I have prepared 30 years ago. Why do I still keep the green damask?" Yang Fan was shocked and said, "The ancient said that half a square of ebony is better than a box of treasures. Great-grandfather's coffin is made of ebony? That is priceless." Li Mubai grumpily glared at him and said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you want to rob my grave? Yang Fan smiled and said, I don't dare. It is not worth it to be endlessly hunted by people. Finishing, his smile faded, and he said gravely, Junior has his own plans, but the details will depend on the situation. Great-grandfather does not need to ask so clearly. In short, leave this matter to Junior. Whether or not Junior can complete this matter will be a test to see if Junior is worthy of the position of the sect leader of Cian Sect. How about it? Li Mubai stared at him for a moment. His white eyebrows rose, and he said, Good. This is what it looks like to do great things. This old man believes you. I will leave this matter to you. Yang Fan said with a slight smile, Great-grandfather, do not worry. Junior will definitely resolve this matter. The cries of a baby suddenly sounded in the room, followed by the sounds of Xiao Man and a new coaxing the child. One was an unmarried girl, the other was a mother who had just given birth. The two had no experience and panicked. After Li Mubai finished talking, he was in a good mood. Hearing the loud cries of the child, he was very happy. He said joyfully, This child of yours has suffered so much when he was born. What's left is only the sweetness to eat. He is a fortunate child. Quick, bring him out for this old man to see. Since the old man had said so, how could Yang Fan keep his precious son a secret? He shouted into the room, and Xiao Man carried the child out, followed by a new, Come, 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 let this old man see. Once the old man took the child, the swaddling cloth wrapped around the child fell apart. Xiao Man's face blushed, and she glanced at Yang Fan in embarrassment. She explained, embarrassed, I haven't learned yet. As soon as the swaddling cloth fell apart, the little fellow was naked. Li Mubai was 88 years old. When he saw the white and tender fat boy, he was so happy that his eyes narrowed into slits. He praised, good boy, look at this little fellow. He is chubby, and his hands are strong. The old man put his hands under the little fellow's ribs and lifted him up. He looked at him carefully and said, Look, this child's forehead is full, the ground is square, and his eyes are bright. He has a bright future and a long life. The old man was looking at the little fellow's face. The little fellow pursed his lips and exerted force with his hands and feet. The white and clean little field snail under his crotch gradually turned into a jade silkworm. Tin Ano saw it from the side. He suddenly covered his mouth with a cry, and his eyes also curved into a crescent moon. At the same time, the Tian Ai News almond-shaped eyes turned into crescent moons. A crystal-clear stream of water shot out forcefully. The old man was in the middle of chanting excitedly, but as soon as he said the word, he opened his mouth wide and followed the stream of water. Chapter 6:24. The power of the pagoda gushed out, standing alone in the heavenly palace. Ascending out of the world, Ding Dao coiled in the void, abruptly suppressing the divine land, towering like ghost craftsmanship. For corners blocked the sun, 7 floors touched the sky. From the top of the big wild goose pagoda, one could see the mountains and rivers in the distance, and even the chessboard-like streets of Chang'an. The wind at the top was cooler. Fortunately, the wind was not strong today, and the gentle breeze made people feel refreshed. On the top of the tall pagoda, Yang Fan and Ning Ku sat facing each other under the arched door. There was a small square table in front of them, on which there were wine pots, wine cups, and some fruits. Yang Fan withdrew his gaze from outside the pagoda and looked around at the situation in the pagoda. He said, It is said that there are many Buddhist Dharma shells that Master Xuanzang brought back from India, hidden in this pagoda, and there is a sarira hidden in each pagoda. Ning Ku said sweetly, The real treasures are in the underground palace. Does Erling want to see them? If Erling is interested, there is a way. Ning Ku can talk to his abbotship about it. Yang Fan shook his head and said, Thank you, Mississippi. I'm not interested in Buddhist treasures. He picked up the green jade wine pot, poured 2 cups of wine, and slowly pushed 1 cup to Ning Ku, and said with a smile, Do you want a cup? Ning Ku looked slightly gloomy and gently shook her head. I have been weak since childhood and have never drunk. Yang Fan said, Although it is called wine, it is not wine. It is just a cup of fermented rice. It has no alcoholic power, and it can activate blood vessels. Ningku pursed her pale lips and hesitantly took the wine cup. She gently sniffed and slightly frowned. "It doesn't smell good." Yang Fan laughed and said, "But it tastes quite sweet." Ningku was like a curious little girl, afraid to move, but reluctant to part with it. She secretly looked to the side and found no one was around, not even the boat girl. No one would stop her. She was relieved and quickly licked it with the tip of her tongue. It tasted better than it smelled, and her nervous face also relaxed. Ning could gently raise his cup and said to Yang Fan, "I can't drink too much. Let's just have this cup. Let's use this cup of wine to congratulate Second Lang. First, to congratulate Second Lang on having a son. Second, to congratulate Second Lang on his wife's safety. Third, to congratulate Second Lang on becoming the master of Xian Clan. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is wide, and your ambitions are soaring." The green jade wine cup, the white jade fingers, the lines of gentle and beautiful, intersected to form a magnificent scene. The clarity of the wine, the luster of the wine cup, and the whiteness of the fingers interweaved into a glistening texture. It was the first time for Yang Fan to see such a beautiful outline of a small green jade cup in one hand. He also raised his cup, clinked it with Ning Ku's from a distance, and raised his cup to his lips. To Yang Fan, a small cup of fermented rice wasn't even enough to moisten his throat, so he finished it in one gulp. Ning Ku raised the glass to his lips, carefully sipped a third of the wine, and held it in his mouth, savoring its taste. Then he gently raised his neck and drank the rest of the wine. Yang Fan could clearly see the reaction of her body when the wine flowed down her slender neck and throat. Raising the glass, sipping the wine, and swallowing, the whole posture was moving, charming, and seductive. Elegant figures disappeared from his sight one by one, but were fixed in his mind. That kind of beauty made people want to turn into a drop of wine under her tongue and flow in her body. "This thing is delicious," Ning said excitedly and licked his lips with his thin tongue, still savoring the taste. Although the taste of fermented rice was good, it wasn't enough to make Ning reminisce so much. She felt sweet because it was the first time in her life that she drank wine, and the person drinking with her was the man she liked. Although it was just a touch from a distance, seeing that she was happy, Yang Fan also felt inexplicably relaxed. From Gongsun Lanji's mouth, he also learned a little about Miss Ning Ku's experience. Such a girl was really pitiful, especially when her delicate appearance and her perfect appearance were combined. It was like a delicate porcelain that would shatter at the slightest touch. Now seeing her happy, Yang Fan was also sincerely happy. He looked out of the tower again. Ning Ku smiled knowingly. "Don't worry, it will take some time. They won't come so fast." Ning Ku tilted her head in thought and playfully stuck out the tip of her tongue, saying, "Now that I think about it, it is still frightening. At that time, when I heard that you directly broke into the Liu family, my eldest brother and I were really worried about you. We thought that with your usual calmness and composure, you would never take such drastic measures." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with reason. It's just my character. I can't tolerate hurting my family." Ning slightly raised her crescent-shaped eyebrows and said softly, "But don't you think it would be a good idea to ask Grand Duke Li for help?" Yang Fan said, "I don't think so at all. The old people always think that no matter how strong the younger generation's wings are, they will obediently be controlled by them. But in fact, it is not so. Do you think that since young Master Jiang has come to this step, he will still listen to those old people?" Ning gently sighed and said, "I thought he would, until he brazenly broke through the blockade of the aristocratic families and left Chong in city. Now it seems that even if Grand Duke Li and others mediated at that time, it would not have any effect." Yang Fan poured himself another cup of fermented rice, took a sip, and said, "That's it. Young Master Jiang has put all his eggs in one basket. I have no choice. I have already shown my position by not asking for help from the government. The rest is the aristocratic family's business. They should also show their attitude." Ning sincerely said, "It is not feasible to ask for help from the government. You don't have any soldiers in your hands, so you can only ask for help from the Chong and local government. Will Lu Qintian lock down Chong and city and arrest the Lu family because of your words? Unless someone rebelled, it is impossible. Without a good reason and some conclusive evidence, he will not touch a hair of the Lu family. The real source of dispute between you and young Master Jiang is the power of the succession hall, and you can't tell him about this. Then, it can only be because of personal grudges, such as because of the conflict between you and his brother. If so, the nature of the matter couldn't be more simple. Whether it is Lu Qintian or the imperial court, it is hard to say whether they will have a conflict with the giant Lu family because of you. At this point, it is just a lawsuit, a case. Even if Lu Qintian goes to the Lu family can deny it. They just need to say that the so-called assassin has been fired by the Lu family, and this has nothing to do with the Lu family. What can you do? You're not simple either. The runners of the 3rd class and the 6th branch of the Chong and local government will certainly investigate for you. But is it 1 month, 3 months, or 1 or 2 years? Although young Master Jiang made a foolish move and lost his sense of justice, causing all the aristocratic families to fall into a passive position, if you rely on the authorities for this matter, you will be pushing them to the opposite side of you. They will have no choice but to help young Master Jiang. Just like this time, when they helped you clean up all the mess you created, they will also help young Master Jiang erase all traces, and even you will be erased by them. Yang Fan said, "Of course I am not stupid enough to beg Lu Qintian. What I'm saying is, through my actions, I've clearly told them where I stand. Next, they also need a stance, and through these things, they have a sufficient reason to resist the pressure from the Lu family, don't they? But it is very risky. There is no perfect solution in the world. My wife is in the hands of others, so I must take the absolute initiative and mobilize all the forces for me to save her. I can't let them decide the life and death of my family." Ning Ku gently lowered her eyes. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart. But when she heard Yang Fan say it in person and his powerful words, she still felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. This competition is like the competition between princes. All the competitors try their best. You walk on the edge of the rules, but you don't go beyond the rules. But Lu Binmi went beyond the rules, so he is out. Yang Fan sighed. "I don't want to compete." Ning Ku shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Not all the princes who are qualified to be the crown prince want to compete. But once it comes to that, it is not only a matter of whether to compete or not, but also a matter of self-protection. If you don't plot against others, others will plot against you. So, you can only compete." After a long time, she raised her eyes and smiled. "Fortunately, you win." Then, before Yang Fan could answer, Ning Ku said, "They are coming." Yang Fan turned his head and looked out of the tower. He saw some cars slowly coming from the direction of Tsuchi. Yang Fan slightly frowned. "That's it? Aren't you afraid that Lu Qintian will find out?" Ning Ku smiled. The big wild goose pagoda was originally made of bricks and earth. Under the erosion of wind and rain, the pagoda has gradually collapsed. The Empress worshipped Buddhism and donated money to rebuild it. Of course, the Empress only took some money symbolically. The ones who really funded the renovation of the big wild goose pagoda. Ning Ku pointed to the outside and said, "That's them. Today is the big day for Guanyin Bodhisattva to become a monk. Isn't it natural for these good Dharma protectors to come here and have a look? If you watch her voice, you will be liberated." Guanyin Bodhisattva's honorific title was removed to avoid the name of Li Shimin. But these aristocratic families never paid much attention to the rules of the royal family. In front of Yang Fan, Ning could still call them by the correct honorific title of Guanyin. Many good Dharma protectors who funded the renovation of the big wild goose pagoda arrived, accompanied by the abbot of the Mercy Temple. For a time, the craftsmen who had not finished the work under the pagoda all retreated. The good Dharma protectors and monks worshipped. Incense curled up, and all kinds of magic tools jingled. After a long time of busy work, the elders of the aristocratic families bowed step by step and climbed the pagoda to worship the Buddha. They also set up a vegetarian table to worship the Buddha. Accompanied by the abbot, they sat in meditation and chatted. Not long after, the reception monk hurried in and whispered a few words to the abbot. It turned out that another group of good Dharma protectors had come to the temple. The leader was Limubai and old Grandpa Li. This person was of high status. Of course, he also needed the abbot to accompany him. The clan head of Wei clan was sitting right next to the abbot, so he heard everything clearly. With a smile on his face, he said, "With Abbot not here, we are still able to enjoy some leisure time. Abbot, please go ahead with your business. We'll sit here for a while and have a chat." The abbot apologized with a smile and left in a hurry. After the abbot and the others left, the pagoda became quiet. After a while, Yang Fan walked down from the top of the pagoda step by step. Behind him, the boat girl supported the weak Miss Ning Ko. Yang Fan cupped his hands to the elders of the aristocratic families and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Yang Fan greets the elders." Dugu coughed and said on behalf of the elders of the Guanlong families, "Erlang, you don't have to be so polite. You can skip all the formalities. Time is limited, so we don't have to be polite. The emperor has already appointed you, Yang Longzhong, to be in charge of the affairs of the southern border. You also know that, as an elder, what we are most concerned about is the future of the younger generation's official career. Unfortunately, it is difficult to enter the official career. We have seen Erlang's various actions in Chong, and we also admire him very much. The descendants of the aristocratic families in Guanlong really want to be friends with Erlang and work together in the imperial court. I wonder what Erlang thinks about this." Chapter 625. The old abbot of the Sai-In temple accompanied Li Mubai to tour the Chuchi first, then to the Furong courtyard, and gradually they arrived at the big wild goose pagoda. The old abbot laughed and said, "I'll let old benefactor Li know that old benefactor Wei, old benefactor Pei, and the others have also come to the Sai-In temple to worship Guanyin. They're still at the big wild goose pagoda. Would old benefactor Li like to see them?" Li Mubai snorted and said, "Those old fellows look repulsive. Their words are boring. I won't see them. I'll take a stroll around, and after paying my respects to Guanyin, I'll go back." While talking, the two of them arrived at the temple dedicated to Guanyin. Inside, there was a man burning incense and worshipping, his mouth praying, "Namo, great mercy, vast inspiration, Guanyin Bodhisattva will grant all requests." The old abbot did not know who that man was. He hurriedly winked at the receptionist monk, telling him to dismiss the crowd of worshippers and make room for old great-grandfather Li. Unexpectedly, before the receptionist monk stepped forward, Li Mubai had already exclaimed, "Ah, isn't this Yang Longzhong? Are you also a disciple of Buddhism?" Yang Fan had finished praying. He had just inserted 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner when he suddenly heard someone talking behind him. Turning his head to look, he quickly stepped forward and saluted. Junior Yang Fan pays respect to old great-grandfather Li. After bowing deeply, Yang Fan straightened his back and said with a smile, "His Majesty worships Buddhism. Junior thinks that His Majesty is a man of great wisdom and virtue, yet he still worships Buddhism. Junior naturally should also be a devout believer." Hearing this, the old abbot revealed a slightly reserved expression. He gently stroked his beard and smiled without saying anything. Yang Fan's tone suddenly changed. He said, "Junior had a serious illness a few days ago. Now I have just recovered. I have another son. The family has a descendant. Today coincides with the big day of Guanyin becoming a monk, so I specially came to offer incense." Li Mubai chuckled and said, "Good. Let this old man light a stick of incense for you, and then we will leave together." Li Mubai stepped forward and knelt on the praying mat. He silently prayed for a while, lit a high incense stick, and devoutly offered it. Only then did he get up and write a few more words on the merit book. The old abbot put his palms together and stole a glance. He saw that old great-grandfather Li's handwriting was extraordinary. It was such a large sum of money for incense. His 2 white eyebrows could not help but tremble a few times. He quickly restrained himself and maintained the appearance of an otherworldly expert. The old abbot respectfully accompanied Li Mubai all the way to the monastery's mountain gate before stopping. After Li Mubai and the others had left, the old abbot hurried back to the big wild goose pagoda. Coincidentally, he saw several Guanlong sect members who had raised funds to repair the big wild goose pagoda walking out of the pagoda, talking and laughing. He quickly chanted the name of Buddha and greeted them. These believers had yet to donate any money for the incense oil, so how could the old abbot not serve them with all his heart? After Li Mubai left the Mercy Temple, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked Yang Fan to accompany him back to the lakeside of Chu River. The two slowly walked along Chu River. Li Mubai asked, "Guanlong's group was dealt with so quickly?" Yang Fan said, "This matter can be said to be difficult, but it can also be said to be easy. We definitely cannot leave Guanlong out of the matter of the southern border. If we don't give them some benefits, they will definitely make trouble for everyone." Li Mubai nodded his head. Yang Fan said, "But we can't let them take all the benefits. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. What can we do? We can only have them tighten their belts. In the future, if there are any benefits, we can just give them some more. Even though Guanlong is gradually declining, they're still a great force. Right now, we have a common enemy, so we should ally with them. This is in line with old grandfather's intentions." Li Mubai nodded his head again. Raising his eyebrows, he looked at him and said, "They will believe you just by saying this? Empty words are no proof." Yang Fan said, "Maybe they won't believe what I say. But do they believe the words of the head of the Xian clan? Also, the Dugu family will guarantee for me." Li Mubai twirled his beard and said coolly, "This is a meeting of the prestigious families. Ning Ku is a girl and shouldn't be participating. Also, her health is not good and she rarely goes out. You invited her today. You said that the Dugu family will be the guarantor. Is it Ning Ku? With Ning Ku as the guarantor, they will believe it?" Li Mubai slowly turned around, his old eyes fixed on Yang Fan. Raising an eyebrow slightly, he said, "You aren't acting for real and really like that girl Ning Ku?" Yang Fan wasn't surprised that he knew that Ning Ku was participating in the meeting. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the other's speculation. He said, "Old grandfather thinks that Yang Fan can't marry a girl of the 5 families, but he can marry a girl of the Guanlong family?" Li Mubai's eyes turned, and he said, "Then this old man doesn't understand." Yang Fan continued to walk with him and said, "Junior said, 1, I am guaranteeing to them as the leader of the Xian clan. Also, the Dugu family will guarantee for me. Miss Ningku's appearance is related to this matter, but the details are not what old grandfather thinks. In short, old grandfather, do not worry. Junior will not harm my own interests to cater to other people, and there is no reason to abandon the strong for the weak. Also, they are paying attention to the many vacancies in the southern border. This matter must be resolved within a year. Without 3 to 7 years of hard work, I won't be able to build up a power that completely belongs to me. My every move now is under your control, and in the long run, you'll see the true nature of a person over time. What's there to worry about?" What Yang Fan said was the truth. Li Mubai was at ease and snickered. He walked forward with his hands behind his back and did not ask any more questions. In order to gain the trust of the Guanlong family, they had to pull them over and not push them away. This was one of the strategies that the aristocratic families of Shandong were using to fight against the Empress. On this basis, they would give some benefits to the Guanlong family. The aristocratic family leaders all knew this, so they tacitly agreed to Yang Fan's promise to the Guanlong family. However, because the Guanlong family was weak, they valued this opportunity even more. It would be difficult for them not to demand an exorbitant price. This was especially so when they saw the excitement of the aristocratic families of Shandong. It was even more difficult. Li Mubai was also slightly curious and wanted to know how Yang Fan would convince them. Yang Fan was deliberately mystifying, so he didn't ask. To say that Yang Fan was in the Chao camp, but his heart was in the Han camp, he would not even think about it. What the Guanlong family could give Yang Fan would never surpass the benefits of being the master of the Xian clan. Yang Fan had no reason to betray them. Also, he could control the enormous power of the Xian clan but he could not make it his own and cut off the connection between them and the aristocratic families. Yang Fan could not hide the slightest movement from them. There was no need for him to worry. He could never imagine how Yang Fan had gained the trust of the Guanlong family. Yang Fan only did one thing: expel all the people around the elders of the Guanlong family, including the boat girl next to Miss Ningku. Then, he told the leaders of the Guanlong family one thing: his relationship with Shanghai Wan'er. When the Duga family had contacted him, expressed their willingness to cooperate with him, and pushed for him to become the master of the Xian clan, he had set his eyes on Guanlong's power. If he could become the master of the Xian clan, he needed this external power. He was not willing to be a puppet under the control of the old people, even if it was temporary. On this point, he, Shun Mu, and young Master Jiang had the same thoughts. If he could not become the master of the Xian clan, he needed this power even more. Therefore, he had long ago told the Dugu siblings of this matter and asked them to investigate this matter. The Shangwan family had always been an important force of the Guanlong family, and it had been defeated by Wu Zetian for the benefit of the Guanlong group. Now, the Shangwan family had not been cleared of their crimes, but because Shanghai Wan'er was one of Wu Zetian's most trusted officials, she had obtained a certain amount of freedom and had also established certain connections with the families of the Guanlong family. Right now, the core of the Shangwan family was Shanghai Wan'er. The Shangwan family did not have a master, and Shanghai Wan'er was the de facto master. It was a bit awkward for a woman to be the master of a family, but the situation of the Shangwan family was originally very special, and the Guanlong family was very corrupt, so they did not care. If the master of the Shangwan family, which belonged to the Guanlong group, was Yang Fan's wife, then why would they not trust Yang Fan? The fact that Yang Fan was willing to tell them this big secret was enough to gain their trust. Therefore, when Ning Ku took out Wan'er's handwritten letter, the Great Wild Goose Pagoda was immediately filled with a harmonious atmosphere. If you want to gain the complete trust of others, you have to be honest with them. Which of the people who could stay in the Great Wild Goose Pagoda was not a shrewd person? Each of them was a 1,000-year-old fox, so they could only treat each other with sincerity. It was precisely because of Yang Fan's use of this killer weapon that their talks could go so smoothly. After all, even if they used both the carrot and the stick, the benefits they could gain from this incident in the southern border were still limited. But if the master of the succession hall of the aristocratic families in Shandong was the son-in-law of the Guanlong family, then in the long run, how much benefit would they gain? These aristocratic families never considered problems in terms of months or years. Their inheritance was too long, and their considerations were also too long. Some major actions often had to consider the impact of decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years later. Since there were such long-term benefits, of course they would rather make concessions in the short term. Li Mubai walked a few steps and stopped by the river. Looking at the white clouds and blue sky reflected in the river, he said slowly, "The emissary of the imperial court will soon arrive in Chang'an, and you will soon return to Luoyang. When you leave the capital, you will still be a doctor of the Ministry of Justice, but when you return..." Li Mubai smiled and turned to look at Yang Fan with his hands behind his back, saying, "Do you understand what you will soon master?" The old man was obviously a chatterbox, and now he was in high spirits. Of course, Yang Fan would not spoil his fun. Yang Fan bowed and said, "Please enlighten me, old grandfather." Li Mubai said in a clear voice, "Power. A very special kind of power." He proudly glanced at Yang Fan and said, "In this battle between you and Liu Binmi, you relied on wits and strength. What do you think he has mastered? Is it that group of Jianghu heroes and martial arts masters from the Three Mountains and Five Peaks? Wrong, absolutely wrong. In the end, it was only a group of guards, and it was the most insignificant force. It was even to the extent that it couldn't be considered as force at all. Do you know what the real power you are about to inherit is? It's the loudest sound. It's the invisible elephant. It's the true power that can turn the sea into mulberry fields." Chapter 6:26. Yang Fan had just solved a big problem, so his heart was at ease. Now he just wanted to go home to play with his baby son and enjoy the happiness of a family. However, Li Mubai was in a mood to talk and insisted on giving him advice. Yang Fan had no choice but to listen attentively. Li Mubai said, "The aristocratic families are independent from the imperial court, but they are closely related to the imperial court. The aristocratic families are independent from the world, but they are deeply integrated with the world. Outsiders see that the children of aristocratic families are all aloof, as if they don't eat the food of the world. In fact, the aristocratic families are more involved in the world than anyone else." Li Mubai's unique opening immediately attracted Yang Fan. He no longer perfunctorily and began to listen carefully. Li Mubai said, "The aristocratic families have accumulated great wealth for thousands of years. This wealth is not a treasure in the simple sense. It is not like the gold Buddha, jade Buddha, and silver arhats buried in the underground palace like the Mercy Temple. The wealth controlled by the aristocratic families is closely related to the people's livelihood and wisdom. It is the well-preserved wealth of mankind for thousands of years. It is the most fundamental power in the world. For example, mulberry planting, silkworm rearing, cloth weaving, horse herding, crop planting. Everyone is the most humble and insignificant in the world. But what if their power is gathered together? The aristocratic families are not the imperial court. They can't use government decrees, laws, and armies to control the world, but they can use this method to accomplish it. Countless mulberry farmers, silkworm farmers, cloth weavers, horses herders, crops farmers. Every single one of them was being controlled by an invisible thread from top to bottom. If you open a cloth and silk shop, you control all the mulberry planting, silkworm rearing, and cloth weaving. If you buy horses and sell horses, you control those horse herders. If you buy grain, transport grain, and sell grain, you control all the farmers in the world. Of course, this kind of control is very light. It is really like a thread. As long as he struggles, it will break. Therefore, the person who controls this power doesn't rule them, doesn't collect rent or taxes from them, and doesn't force them to fight for him. These are the power of the imperial court. Through this kind of hidden control, the aristocratic families influence the imperial court through the common people, and then through the imperial court influence the world. Everyone's voice in the world is too weak to be heard by the imperial court. If we gather their voices together, the imperial court will be able to hear them. If the emperor issued a government decree that was detrimental to the peasants of the world, if he waited for the evil consequences of the decree to show themselves, by that time the world would have already collapsed. The starving people would riot. It would be beyond control. As for us, we can make use of the upright ministers that we have cultivated to raise objections in the court. If the emperor is still unwilling to change, we can make him understand the pros and cons through the fluctuation of grain prices and the shortage of grain. A mocking smile quickly flashed across the corners of Yang Fan's mouth as he leisurely said, "In that case, the aristocratic families are more concerned about the people's lives than the imperial court." Li Mubai laughed out loud and pointed at him. "You little brat, you come from a cold family, so you naturally don't like us people from aristocratic families. You always feel that we are tyrannical and prey on the common people. I knew you would say such cynical words." Yang Fan jumped in fright. He didn't expect that he would be able to hear the sarcasm in his words. He hurriedly explained, "Junior." Li Mubai shook his head and said with a smile, all right, no need to explain. This old man has lived for so long. What haven't I seen, and what reason I don't understand? That's right, aristocratic families also have their own selfish motives and have to plan for themselves. But if aristocratic families are integrated into the world, perhaps they will gain more benefits. But do you think they will go against the interests of the world?" Li Mubai turned to Yang Fan and said with bright eyes, "We have been passed down for thousands of years. We have experienced decline and prosperity, and we have learned many lessons from our painful experiences. We are not like the imperial court, which can use political power to override the common people of the world. So we know better than the imperial court what is beneficial to the world. Of course, aristocratic families also have their own selfish motives, but who is selfless? Is the emperor selfless, or is there anyone in the world selfless? You don't. Do you not want to use all your resources to hire the best teachers to teach your children and grandchildren? When they grow up, do you not want to use your connections to pave the way for them as much as possible? Yang Fan was speechless. Li Mubai said, "What we are doing is the same as each of you, as long as we can take care of the world. Do you think that by throwing aristocratic families aside and replacing them with descendants of the poor, they will have the moral character of serving the world? The world will be serving the world, and there will be no mistakes. It is impossible. If one day aristocratic families no longer exist, will the world become heaven?" Li Mubai shook his head. "Perhaps it will not be worse than now, but it will not be better than now. If a group of peasants were to come up, it would only create a new group of nobles. No matter what he was originally, it is impossible for him to go back. If Chun Sheng and Wu Guang sat on the throne, they would not represent the peasants of the world. If a poor person came up, he would also have to protect his own family to build his own power, so he would need to accumulate wealth, and he would need to make connections. These hungry ghosts, compared to those who had already eaten their fill and only wanted to save a portion of rations for their children and grandchildren, were even more poor and evil." Li Mubai stroked his beard and slyly glanced at Yang Fan, saying, "This old man will not force you to change your mind. You are now an official, and you are about to become the master of Xianzong. 100 years later, your descendants will also become a large clan. If you are still alive at that time, you will also be racking your brains for their existence and development." Li Mubai stretched out his hand and began to draw circles on the surface of the lake, saying, "In this small circle, I will side with my relatives. In a larger circle, I will side with my friends. In a larger circle, I will take care of my fellow countrymen. You are from Hudong Dao, I am from Guanyi Dao. When you two quarrel, I will help the people from Guanyi Dao. You are from Tubo, I am from Tang. When you two fight, I will help the Tang people. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will still be like this in the future." Yang Fan was speechless. Li Mubai smiled and said, "Aristocratic families are also one of the many circles in this big and small circle. What is there to criticize? All right, back to our topic. What kind of power are you going to control? Just now, this old man has already used rice, oil, salt, grain, and cloth as an example. Other resources such as culture, education, and officialdom are the same. The greatest power in the world had always been hidden behind the imperial court. It could not be seen or touched, but it was actually exerting its effects. Of course, we cannot influence the emperor and the world for everything. We are also restricted by the various powers in the world. There are many things that we can't do. We can only influence things to a certain extent. And the Hall of Succession is to consolidate the power of the aristocratic families in hopes that our influence can be greater. Now, do you know how much power you will control?" Li Mubai explained in simple terms to Yang Fan very straightforwardly. Not a king, but a king. All along, this had been the philosophy of survival pursued by the aristocratic families. This was why a dynasty only had a short 200 to 300 years of national fate, but the aristocratic families could pass on for thousands of years. They had never thought of seizing power. They only attached themselves to the regime and were relatively independent. In order to survive, they had to constantly provide nutrients to a regime and at the same time absorb the nutrients they needed from the regime, living in symbiosis with it. When the regime's life came to an end, they would abandon it and find another tree to continue living in symbiosis. With this philosophy of survival, China's aristocratic family politics sprouted in the middle of the Eastern Han Dynasty. It flourished in the Jin Dynasty and the Northern Dynasty. In the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty, it flourished again. It was not until the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms that the various forces killed each other. After 100 years of killing, the aristocratic families were all killed. Only then did its existence officially come to an end. Only the Hall of Succession was left, continuing its low-key glory in another way. But as Li Mubai said, the dynasties that were established afterward did not have the existence of the aristocratic families. The world did not become better, nor did it become worse. Where the Han and Tang were glorious, the Song and Ming were glorious. Where the Han and Tang were humiliated, the Song and Ming were humiliated. An unbreakable circle, an unnuntied knot. If the fundamental system did not change, the world would not change. Without the aristocratic families and other big and small circles, the world would forever be a Vanity Fair. The bookworm Zheng Yu was dressed in hunting clothes. When he was carrying a bow and arrows, he had a kind of clean and neat, valiant charm. He took dozens of bodyguards and a few horse carriages out of Chong and city and headed south. There was food, wine, cooking utensils, and tents on the carriage. It seemed that he was going to the Qinling Mountains to hunt. He would not come back without 3 to 5 days of work. Among the children of the aristocratic families, because Zheng Yu's personality was so upright that it was almost wooden, he was never liked by the self-proclaimed romantic Cui Shi, Wang Xiuan, and the others. In these small circles of the aristocratic families, he had always been excluded. Although Cui Shi and the others usually laughed and laughed with him when they met, and did not lack the slightest bit of etiquette and enthusiasm, he was really incompatible with them. In addition, last time at the Liu family, when he was shouted at by Yang Fan, he stammered and said that Liu Binmi had escaped in a carriage, which almost cost Liu Binmi's life. This caused an irreconcilable conflict among the aristocratic families in Shandong, and he was even more disliked by the other aristocratic families. Therefore, on this hunting trip, there was only him and his entourage. He did not even have a friend. When the carriages left Chong and city and arrived at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, it was getting dark. The bodyguards began to set up camp at the foot of the mountain. Zheng Yu was still riding on the horse, looking at the busy bodyguards. After a long time, he turned the horse around and turned around. Behind him, there were 2 inseparable bodyguards standing on their horses. The bright red sunset shone on them. One of the bodyguards was lowering his head and patting the horse's mane. The horse turned its head and intimately licked the back of his hand. The other bodyguard sat upright on the horse's back, out of place with the surrounding environment. Although he was also wearing a bodyguard's robe, it still could not hide his arrogant temperament. The sunset shone on half of his face, and his eyes were shining in the sunset. Liu Binmi, young Master Jiang, who everyone thought had fled back to Luoyang in a sorry state, or even all the way back to Fanyang, was actually here. Chapter 6:27. Yang Fan finally finished listening to Li Mubai's lecture and had a preliminary understanding of the true power and function of the succession hall. There was no doubt that the power held by the succession hall was enormous. Even the succession hall itself was not sure how great the effect would be if they used this power with all their strength. This was because this power was great and invisible, penetrating into all aspects of the national economy and the people's livelihood. If they did not control it properly and used it with all their strength, even they themselves could not estimate what direction it would develop and to what extent it would develop. Once they lost control, they would not be able to control again. Therefore, the succession hall had never taken a risk to try this. This great power would be in his hands in the future. Even though Yang Fan was not a person who longed for power and position, he could not help but feel like he was floating in the air. At this time, someone hurried over and whispered a few words to old Eunuch Li. Old Eunuch Li suddenly smiled and said, "Well, I have long seen your absent-minded look. I will not stop you. Go back quickly. The eunuch from the capital has already arrived at the Gongsun Mansion." Yang Fan rushed back to the Gongsun Mansion, asked the doorman where the eunuch was, and hurried to the central hall. Before he could enter the hall, he heard a man with a croaky voice laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha! This child is smart and quick-witted. I like her very much." When Yang Fan heard the familiar laughter, he was startled and thought to himself, "So the eunuch is Eunuch Gao? He is an old acquaintance." Listening to Eunuch Gao's words, Yang Fan was startled again and secretly laughed. Anu is too ostentatious. Look at how much this child loves him. These 2 days, he has been running around with the child to show off. Eunuch Gao is here to pass the imperial edict. What are you showing him? Is it just to hear him praise the child? Yang Fan thought, and quickly stepped into the hall. He quickly glanced around, but did not see Xiao Man or Anu. nor did he see his precious son. Gongsun Bufan and Eunuch Gao were sitting in the hall. Beside Eunuch Gao, someone was about to leave with a plate of fruit. It was Feng Yuanyi, who had been following him as a manservant. "Brother Yang." Feng Yuanyi saw him and happily called out. Yang Fan nodded to him and hurriedly cupped his fists to greet Eunuch Gao. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Eunuch Gao, I, Yang, have not gone out to meet you." Eunuchs at this time did not have much status. Seeing Yang Fan come in, Eunuch Gao quickly stood up and laughed. "I heard that Yang Longzhong was ill when I came, so I was worried about him. Now it seems that Yang Longzhong is well." Yang Fan smiled. All right. I have just recovered from my illness, and my wife has given birth to a son. I am very happy and went to the temple to offer incense to the Bodhisattva on the good day of Guanin's enlightenment. I didn't expect Eunuch Gao to come and not welcome me at home. My apologies. Eunuch Gao beamed with joy and said, Congratulations. Your husband will now send Dr. Yang another piece of good news. Congratulations on your promotion to the position of Heavenly Official Doctor, Assistant Minister of Heavenly Official. Qinling Mountains, Shallow Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Zheng Yu turned his horse around and said coldly, "Brother Lu, you can go now." Lu Binmi did not mind. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your help, Brother Zheng." Zheng Yu snorted and said, "Not really. I am just returning your favor. I wish Brother Lu a safe journey." Zheng Yu turned his horse's head and said, "Also, the elders have decided that Yang Fan will be the sect master of the succession hall. If Brother Lu continues to fight, the aristocratic families will have a reason to deal with you. If you do not want the entire Lu family to be in trouble because of you, it is best to stop now and return to Fanyang." A fierce look flashed through Lu Binmi's eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. This matter does not need Brother Zheng to worry about it." Zheng Yu did not say anything else. He kicked the stirrups and galloped forward. There was only one carriage and 6 people left in the original place. The person beside Lu Binmi patted the neck of the horse and lazily raised his head. It was Lu Binmi's trusted subordinate, Yuan Tingyun. The Zheng family of Xingyang was the same as the Lu family of Fanyang. They were both large clans in the north. The various aristocratic families had been connected by marriage for generations. The Zheng family's closest marriage partner was the Lu family. Almost all the daughters-in-law of the Zheng family had the surname Lu, and most of the daughters-in-law of the Lu family had the surname Zheng. Because of this relationship, the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Lu family of Fanyang had always been close. Of course, there was a very personal reason why Zheng Yu was willing to save Lu Binmi and hide him in the carriages that he had brought to the Lu family that day. Lu Binmi had once helped Zheng Yu greatly. As to what the truth was, both sides knew. If Lu Binmi could make a comeback, then the Zheng family would be the Lu family's closest partner. If Lu Binmi never had a chance to make a comeback and accidentally revealed the truth that he had been rescued that day, then it was just Zheng Yu's own actions. This debt, it could be settled. Zheng Yu's subordinates were busy clearing the grass at the foot of the mountain, leveling the ground, setting up tents, and digging stoves to cook. Everyone was busy, as though they did not see that there was a carriage and a few people watching from the side. Some of the cooking utensils and tents piled on the carriage were carried away by a few of Lu Binmi's bodyguards. Lu Binmi dismounted and stepped onto the carriage. The carriage was very spacious. After all the cooking utensils and tents were moved away, there were actually already people in the carriage. There were 2 people in the carriage. One was a thin man in his 30s with sharp eyes, and the other was a plump middle-aged woman. When the 2 saw young Master Jiang come in, they knelt down on one knee and saluted him. Young Master Jiang waved his hand and sat down on the couch. The man walked out and sat down on the driver's seat. He pulled out the big whip that was stuck on the side of the seat. Lu Binmi took a small swaddling cloth from the middle-aged woman's hand and carefully looked at it. There was a small baby in the swaddling cloth. Only a white and clean face could be seen. The baby was sleeping soundly. Lu Binmi stretched out a finger and gently scratched the baby's smooth little face. He smiled slightly. This child was Yang Fan's daughter. Xiaoman gave birth to a boy and a girl that day. They were twins of a dragon and a phoenix. Being pregnant with twins was a bit more dangerous than being pregnant with one child. Unfortunately, she encountered a difficult labor and could not give birth smoothly. Xiaoman tossed and turned, and when the baby was more than half born, she also fainted from the pain. Once a pregnant woman fainted, the result was inevitable death in the abdomen. When Gu Zhuting saw that the situation was not good, she could only brace up her courage and steeled her heart to help the birth. Fortunately, this midwife was her. If it was another midwife, no matter how experienced she was, it would be useless. Gu Zhuting practiced soft bones kung fu. Her hands were small and soft, and her skeleton was slender. She forcibly rescued the half-born child. Gu Zhuting cut the umbilical cord and handed the baby to someone else to take a bath. Then, she began to rescue the baby, wanting to wake Xiaoman up. At this time, even she did not know that there was a second child in Xiaoman's stomach. Unexpectedly, as soon as she woke Xiaoman up, the second child poked its head out. Gu Zhuting was shocked and hurriedly continued to busy herself. Fortunately, the second child was successfully delivered. Otherwise, Xiaoman might really not be able to hold on. After the child was born, all of Xiaoman's strength was exhausted. She drowsily fell asleep. Gu Zhuting took the child out to clean and then reported to Lu Binmi. When Lu Binmi heard that Yang Fan's wife had given birth to twins of a dragon and a phoenix, he immediately had an idea. If he could successfully negotiate with Yang Fan and force Yang Fan to yield, Xiaoman and the child would still be returned to Yang Fan. He had never thought of keeping Yang Fan's child, but after hearing that it was a pair of twins, he remembered the humiliation and anger that Tin Ano had brought to him at the peak of Mount Hua. He decided to keep the girl. Therefore, he concealed the news. The next morning, the aristocratic families heard the news and tried to put him under house arrest. Lu Binmi was proud and arrogant. How could he be manipulated by others? He immediately decided to break out of the encirclement. While he was preparing, he sent someone to get in touch with Zheng Yu. Of course, the relationship between the two of them had not just been established today. At that time, he did not know that Yang Fan was not threatened by him at all and was frantically searching for his whereabouts. In his opinion, even if he disobeyed the order and left, although the aristocratic families were angry, they would not be too entangled with him and go all out to chase him. With 4 carriages in 4 directions, it was enough to ensure an easy retreat. The reason why he wanted to find Zheng Yu was that he did not want to leave. He thought that as long as he sent Xiaoman and the child away and firmly controlled them in his hands, Yang Fan would have to listen to him. How could he leave when Yang Fan had not left? In any case, he had a weapon in his hands that could control Yang Fan, his son. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan did not act like a normal person whose family had been kidnapped and wait at home for him to state his conditions. Yang Fan used violent methods to come to him. Due to this, the aristocratic families were unable to keep their composure. In order to avoid being implicated and exposed, they moved with Yang Fan. Also, Xiaoman and the child were saved by Yang Fan. Yang Fan's decisiveness crushed his confidence. He did not think that Yang Fan, who had already taken over the position of the sect master of Xianzong and knew just how great the power of the succession hall was, would be willing to give up the king-like power that he had already obtained for a daughter. The worst thing was that Xiaoman had fainted when giving birth. She did not know that she had given birth to 2 children. Even if Lu Binmi took the child and told Yang Fan, "This is your daughter," he would only be a laughing stock. The other would not believe his words, so why would he ask to be humiliated? The person responsible for delivering the child, Gu Zhuyan, was one of his people and could not be used as evidence. He had also silenced her. Now, even if he did not give up and wanted to threaten Yang Fan, it was impossible. In fact, Gu Zhuyan didn't die, but he didn't know about it. Although Zheng Yu protected him, for the sake of safety, he only had contact with him once during the period when he stayed and told him about the progress of some important things at present. As to the life and death of a guard, in Zheng Yu's eyes, it was no different than a cat or dog. He did not care and did not have the mood to gossip with Master Lu. Right now, he could only rely on his own methods to be enemies with Yang Fan. And for this girl, he could only act according to his original plan of keeping this child. The carriage moved and turned onto the main road. The setting sun pursued them until the twilight enveloped them in layers. Lu Binmi gave the child to the nursemaid with a smile. Leaning against the soft cushion, he gently closed his eyes. You stole my Anu, so I will steal your daughter. Yang Fan, do not worry. I will raise your daughter well and have her become the second. Tian Ai Nu. Chapter 628. Yang Fan's illness had been cured, and the emperor's edict had arrived. There was no reason for him to stay in Chang and any longer, so he had to return to Luoyang immediately. As it was getting late, Yang Fan and eunuch Gao agreed to leave early the next morning. After asking Mr. Gongsun to settle eunuch Gao's residence, Yang Fan returned to his residence to inform Xiao Man and Anu. Xiao Man was quite reluctant to part with him, but after this disaster, she knew that she could no longer be emotional. Hence, she only hugged the child tightly and said faintly, Be careful this time, Lang Jun. Let Anu accompany you back. It's always safer to have someone by your side. Young Master Jiang has already escaped, so it's very safe for me to stay in Chang'an. Yang Fan said, Aren't you coming back to Luoyang with me? Xiao Man suddenly looked up in surprise and disbelief. She timidly confirmed, Can I? Yang Fan gently pulled her into his arms and said tenderly, Don't worry, I sent you to Chang, and because I was worried that you would not be safe in Luoyang. Our family can't stop those experts who can leap onto roofs and vault over walls. And I can't always be by your side. However, things are different now. At this point, Yang Fan's face revealed a hint of pride. Anu suddenly took down the pen on the wall and said in a deep voice, There are people outside, and their movements are erratic. Xiao Man was shocked, but Yang Fan was calm and said with a smile, If they came stealthily, even with Anu's hearing, it would not be easy to hear them. Yang Fan raised his voice and called out, Come in. A few people dressed like family members suddenly appeared in the hall. They were tall, short, fat, and thin, all different, but they were all dressed like servants. There were 4 people who appeared. Yang Fan said, Leave one behind. The rest are dismissed. 3 of them cupped their hands and retreated. This time, they walked out step by step without using any martial arts, leaving only a middle-aged man with a naturally bitter face. Yang Fan said, How many people are in this garden now? The man bowed and replied, There are only 4 of us in the courtyard and 16 people outside. Don't worry, Sect Master. The current Gongsun Manor is like a tiger's den. Unless it's an army, no one will be able to barge in. Yang Fan nodded and said, Will these people follow me back to Luoyang tomorrow? That person said, Sect Master, we will naturally follow you when you return to Luoyang. How many people? 32 people followed the Sect Master back to Luoyang. That person paused for a moment before continuing. The Gu family's young lady was heavily injured and is currently recuperating. Once she recovers, she will also head to Luoyang to serve. We still have people in Luoyang. Sect Master, don't worry. With us around, we'll definitely ensure your safety. Yang Fan explained to the dumbfounded Xiao Man. That Miss Gu was the one who delivered your child. I heard that you had a difficult labor at that time, but fortunately, she was there. When she arrives in Luoyang, we must thank her properly. Xiao Man nodded, but her expression was still somewhat dazed. For a moment, she didn't understand where Lang Jun found so many experts to protect him. She also didn't understand why these people, who were young Master Zhang subordinates, would listen to Lang Jun now. Her body was still weak these few days, so Yang Fan naturally wouldn't disturb her with these matters. There were some things that he hadn't told her in time. Yang Fan nodded and said to that person, Thank you for your trouble. You may leave. That person cupped his fists and quietly left. Yang Fan smiled and said to Anu, How was it? Anu composed herself and took a deep breath. She said, I recognize this person. His name is Jiang Ming, and his martial arts are above mine. Among the 3 people just now, 2 of them are weaker than me, but not by much. If the experts surrounding this manor all have such martial arts, it will indeed be extremely safe. Yang Fan said with a smile, So, Xiaoman will follow me back to Luoyang, and you will follow me back to Luoyang as well. In the past, I was most worried about you too, but with our current strength, we are no longer pushovers that young Master Jiang can pinch at will. Xiaoman said in surprise. Lang Jun, what's going on? Yang Fan told her what had happened, and Xiaoman suddenly understood. At first, she was overjoyed, but on second thought, she said worriedly, they used to be young Master Jiang's subordinates. Are they reliable? Before Yang Fan could answer, Anu already said, don't worry, the succession hall is a colossus, not a small Jianghu gang. Because its power is too great, as a headmaster, it is impossible for him to do everything himself. He must go through layers of leaders to control it. So, she thought for a moment and said, let's put it this way, this succession hall is like a small imperial court. There are various yamen and armies under the command of various generals. They receive the country's salary and are ordered by the imperial court. Now that the old emperor has been deposed by Empress Dowager and replaced by a new emperor, they are still their high-ranking officials and generals, loyal to the new emperor. Saying such a nondescript analogy, Anu couldn't help but laugh. Yang Fan put his arm around her shoulders and held back his laughter. My beloved concubine's words are reasonable. Anu used her elbow to nudge him, rolled her eyes at him, and said to Xiaoman, don't worry. Of course, the old emperor had some people who were absolutely loyal to him, but this is not a secret. He continued to escape, and these people followed him. The people left behind are reliable. Only then did Yang Fan say, yes. Of course, they are not my confidants now, but they will listen to my orders. Loyalty is not a problem. As for the distance between them, there are some doubts. Wait until I take over the succession hall and understand the internal operation and the people around me. Then I will adjust accordingly. Xiaoman nodded repeatedly. She was very happy to be able to stay with her Lang Jun, but these things did not need her to worry about. Since Anu said these people were reliable, she naturally believed her. Tin Ano suddenly moved his ears and said vigilantly, there are footsteps again. Yang Fan smiled. Since the secret guards did not stop them, then it is either the master of this mansion or the servant girls. Xiaoman's face suddenly showed a playful and proud smile. These footsteps. Can't you tell who it is? Yang Fan and Anu looked at each other and shook their heads. Yang Fan hesitated. Uncle Gong's son? Xiaoman smiled and shook her head. Anu said, Miss Lanji. Xiaoman still shook her head. Yang Fan suddenly frowned and said, something is wrong. He came back and is pacing back and forth outside the door. Xiaoman was startled and called out, Yueni, what's the matter? Yang Fan and Anu suddenly realized that it was Feng Yueni. After a while, Feng Yueni poked his head in at the door and said timidly, Brother Yang, I have something to discuss with you. Xiaoman and Anu could not help but laugh. Anu walked over and held his hand, saying with a smile, Child, if you have something to say, just come in and say it openly. Feng Yueni refused. His face was red, but he only looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled. All right, I will accompany Yueni outside to talk. Yang Fan put his arm around Feng Yueni's shoulder and accompanied him to the courtyard. They sat down in the gazebo and asked with a smile, What do you want? Why are you so secretive? Feng Yueni stared at his toes, and after a while, he gathered his courage and said, Brother Yang, I want to beg you to help me enter the palace. Yang Fan was startled and asked seriously and vigilantly, What do you want to do in the palace? Tears quickly welled up in Feng Yueni's eyes, and he smiled sadly at Yang Fan, saying, The world is so big, besides entering the palace. Where else can I go? He knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed heavily. Brother Yang, please help me. An old woman with a face full of wrinkles walked into the room with a steaming clay pot, and a strong smell of medicine immediately spread out. The old woman took a big bowl and covered the clay pot with a piece of cloth to filter out the medicine. Then, she walked to the bed and gently held Gu Zhuding's head. Gu Zhuding's chest was seriously injured, and 2 of her ribs were broken. She could not move easily, so the old woman could only lift her head slightly. Gu Zhuding panted lightly for a moment, then raised her eyes and said to the old woman, "Granny, have our people all left?" Since she was recovering, people always came to see her. But today, suddenly, no one came, so Gu Zhuting naturally felt it. The granny she called was not an ordinary elder, but a relative of Gu Zhuting. She was Gu Zhuting's great-aunt, and her name was Gu Yixue. The Gu family was proficient in the art of escaping, disguise, and assassination. It was an ancient family that had mastered a special skill and was recruited by the Qinghe Chui family many years ago. The ancestor of the Gu family was a Jianghu man who was proficient in martial arts but illiterate. After joining the Chui family, he saw that the Chui family was prosperous and had an ancestral temple and genealogy, so he was very envious. Unfortunately, he was illiterate, so he couldn't arrange the genealogy. Once he accompanied his master to a banquet, and the master and a famous great scholar, surnamed Xie, recited a poem. The great scholar recited a poem, and the ancestor of the Gu family thought that the poem recited by the great scholar must be good, so he reluctantly wrote down a sentence. "A cluster of bamboos in front of the window, green and unique," and used it as the family genealogy. The number of characters used to arrange the genealogy could be dozens of words, and the number of characters used to arrange the genealogy could be 8 or 9 words, but it was normal to have a dozen words. No elders in a family could live so long, and 10 words were enough to arrange the genealogy. A cluster of bamboos in front of the window, green and unique. Gu Yixue was of the generation of 1 word, so she was naturally Gu Zhuting's great-aunt. Gu Yixue nodded and said, "Well, they went to protect the Lord." Gu Zhuting was shocked. Protect the Lord? The Lord came back? She didn't tell anyone the truth about her injury. After she woke up, the chief and the Chong and family asked about the cause of her injury, but Gu Zhuting only said that she was ambushed, and the other party covered their faces to keep quiet. She didn't know the identity of the other party, so she didn't dare to tell the truth. Until now, she still didn't understand why the Lord ordered people to kill her. But when she was ambushed, the Lord had already escaped, so she didn't panic when she woke up. She just wanted to heal her injury first, so that she could deal with anything later. But she didn't expect the Lord to come back. Since the Lord came back, once he knew that she didn't die, Gu Zhuting was shocked and wanted to sit up, but when she moved a little, she felt a great pain in her chest and couldn't help but groan and fall down again. Her great-aunt scolded her, "Child, why are you moving around with such a serious injury?" Gu Zhuyin said with a trembling voice, "The Lord is back." Her great-aunt sighed and said, "Which Lord are you talking about? Young Master Jiang? He is no longer the Lord of the Succession Hall." Hearing this, Gu Zhuyin felt like a big stone was lifted from her heart. She said with some realization, "No wonder all the young masters of the aristocratic families gathered at the Lu Mansion, and the Lord only took his confidants and left." Something big happened. "Granny, who is the current Lord?" The old lady smacked her lips and shook her head. "I have retired, so I don't want to ask. They didn't tell me either. They only told you to recuperate and return to Luoyang to serve them at the same old place." The old lady was too old and had already retired, so she didn't have much contact with these things. Gu Zhuyin was relieved. No matter who the new master was, as long as it wasn't young Master Jiang, her life was safe. Gu Zhuyin relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. She felt tired again. The old lady sighed and took the bowl of medicine, saying it's about time. Take the medicine first, then go to sleep. Alas, our Gu family has been working for others for generations, and I don't know when it will end. Chapter 629. Yang Fan set off for the capital, bringing along his wife and son. Only Gongsun Bufan, his wife, their daughter, and Chong, and Magistrate Lu Xiantian came to see him off. The aristocratic families in Shandong did not see him off. This was within Lu Xiantian's expectations. First of all, Yang Fan was just a doctor. Although he was now in the heavenly official's yamen and had a bright future, he was not enough for the aristocratic families to lower their status. Moreover, Yang Fan had offended the Lu family. The aristocratic families in Shandong were all on the same side. Even if they did not have any prejudice against Yang Fan, they could not come considering the Liu family's thoughts. Many people from the Guanlong family came, but most were of the younger generation, except for Duguyu, who was the head of the family. This was within Liu Guotian's expectations. In his opinion, the Guanlong family was not doing this to give Yang Fan face, but rather to not give the aristocratic families of Shandong face. On the surface, they appeared to be harmonious, but deep down, they were sworn enemies. Of course, they would not let go of this opportunity. But speaking of seeing them off, these people only went to the Gongsun mansion first and then accompanied them out of the city. They had already given enough face, so there was no reason to see them off all the way to the 10-mile pavilion. There was no grand ceremony when Yang Fan became the leader of the succession hall. This was the uncrowned king, the king of the night. His appointment was also very low-key. But when he came to Chang'an, Yang Fan was just a fifth-grade doctor in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Now, he was one of the few bigwigs in the world. At the 10-mile pavilion, a woman stood quietly. She was dressed in green and had a graceful figure. She was in her 30s, but she still had her charm. She was the boat lady. Yang Fan and the others came to the side of the pavilion. The boat lady walked out and bowed to Yang Fan. Yang Fan reined in his horse. The fairy woman said, "Today Erlang has returned to Luoyang. We won't be able to meet again in the foreseeable future. Our family's miss wanted to personally come to see you off, but her body is weak and she cannot travel far. She specially sent this servant to give you some gifts. I wish Erlang a bright future and a meteoric rise." Eunuch Gao reined in his horse and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. He thought, Erlang is really bold. Even with the princess, he still dares to flirt with women outside. Yang Fan had already jumped off the horse and thanked her profusely. The boat lady turned around and picked up a long case from the stone table in the pavilion. She walked slowly to Yang Fan's side and said with a smile, "This zither has accompanied my miss for a long time. Now it belongs to Erlang." While Yang Fan was thanking her for the zither, the boat lady suddenly lowered her voice and said, "Erlang's journey is a long one. My miss has something to tell you." The boat lady's lips moved slightly, but her voice was clearly transmitted to Yang Fan's ears. In the eyes of others, the boat lady was just smiling. Yang Fan reached out to take the guqin and thanked her profusely. The boat lady also said some simple words of courtesy. Yang Fan raised his eyes and looked at the boat lady with sharper eyes. The boat lady was still smiling and looked calm. A string of subtle but clear voice was quickly transmitted to Yang Fan's ears. From now on, Erlang's every move will have the power of wind and thunder. The power of wind and thunder is easy to release, but not easy to hide. Therefore, there should be room for mistakes in everything. Because no matter how perfect a plan is, there will be unpredictable variables. No one can really take everything into consideration. Thank you, Miss Ningku, for your kindness. Although I am not good at zither, I will treasure it and regard it as a treasure. Yang Fan said loudly and then added in a low voice, "I understand." Even Kong Ming lost his pavilion. I will remember Miss Ningku's priceless advice. Yang Fan turned around and handed the zither to the boat lady's carriage. He turned back and bowed to the boat lady. The boat lady retreated to the side of the road and watched them pass by. Sitting in the carriage, Anu gently lifted the curtain and looked outside. At this time, she gently put down the curtain and turned around. She said to Xiaoman with a faint smile, "There are no horses or carriages under the pavilion." Xiaoman had just fed her son and was making the child lie on her shoulder according to the method taught by Aunt Pei. She protected the back of his head with one hand and patted his back with the other to prevent him from vomiting milk. Suddenly hearing Anu's words, she couldn't help but raise her head and said blankly, "What?" Anu made a face at her and said with a smile, "Nothing. Erlang of the Yang family is a little silly." The boat lady stood outside the pavilion and watched the carriages go away. When the carriages turned into a black line in the distance, she suddenly turned back and ran. The grass outside the pavilion was withered and yellow. It was a lonely scene of late autumn. The boat lady ran for a few miles and came to a small river. The late autumn river also had a sense of desolation. When it rolled and rolled, even the white waves lost some of their beauty. An ox cart was parked by the river. Not far away, several guards were sitting on the ground and chatting. Several horses were casually nibbling on the withered grass. Seeing the boat lady coming back, the guards all stood up and held the horses to wait for orders. The curtain of the ox cart was lifted. Miss Ning, who was leaning on the soft brocade couch and looking at the flock of geese flying south in the blue sky in a daze. The boat lady rushed to the side of the cart. Seeing her Mrs. lonely face, she couldn't help but feel sad. She scolded in a low voice. "Miss is weak, and yet you came all the way to the pavilion for him. Since you are here, why don't you see him?" Ning's limpid eyes were still looking at the sky. After a long time, she withdrew her gaze and said lightly, "It's better not to see him." "Then why do you have to see him? Go back." The boat lady sighed sadly. Soon, the carriages also drove on the official road. But the direction they went was exactly the opposite of the direction Yang Fan and his entourage went to. One went south and the other went north. The ox cart steadied on the official road. After a while, a sudden sound of zither came from behind the bamboo curtain. The guards in front and behind the cart were all uncouth men. They could hear the sound of the zither was cold and ethereal, but they didn't know the name of the song. Ningku had two zither, both made by a famous zither maker. One was the Zhou Xiao Huanpei style, and the other was the crane chirping in the autumn moon style. Ningku loved them very much and named them Yuan Yang Zither. That day, Yang Fan composed a song, Crane Chirping in the Nine Highlands, at the banquet of the aristocratic families. Today, Ningku gave this crane chirping in the autumn moon to him, and they were separated from each other. As the sound of the zither lingered, a yellow leaf fell from the tall trees on the roadside and was crushed by the wheels of the cart. In the carriage, Ningku plucked the 7 strings with her slender fingers. Who could say that her fingers were not filled with deep affection? There was a touch of melancholy in her eyes, as if she had forgotten an intoxicating promise. The boat lady sat at the front of the carriage and felt sad as she listened. She could tell that Miss was playing an ancient song, ancient yearning song. Along with the melancholy melody, she unconsciously sang the words of the song in her heart. "You are like the bright moon, I'm like the fog. The fog follows the moon and hides in the sky. You are good at playing the zither, and I am good at dancing. At the end of the song, my heart is blocked. Only when you look back, I think of you in the morning and at dusk. My soul will follow you without regret. My longing is bitter for you. Who can tell me the bitterness of yearning? I don't know where you are." Singing silently, the boat lady's eyes were full of tears. Her Miss was impeccable in beauty, talent, and temperament. But God couldn't tolerate such perfection. He insisted on depriving her of the right to pursue happiness with a chronic disease that made people desperate. Her Ningku's heart could only sway in the ancient poems, and he could only feel sorry for himself in the soft and beautiful music. In the yamen on the right of the Imperial Censor Zhou Ju was neatly dressed and sat in the main hall. He held a gavel in his hand. His face was as calm as water, and his eyes were like lightning. 2 groups of servants stood on the left and right, holding water and fire sticks in their hands. The problem was there was nothing in the main hall. It was empty. In the queue of bailiffs standing on both sides, the monitor and the deputy monitor were standing at the head. The 2 of them secretly glanced at Imperial Censor Zhou and winked at each other. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. The situation was indescribably strange. After a long time, the monitor couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed lightly and said, "Imperial Censor, today, will the criminal really come to turn himself in?" Zhou Ju stared at him and shouted, "The Emperor doesn't joke. If the Emperor says he will come, he will definitely come. Wait. Yes. The monitor didn't dare to say anything more and quickly returned to his position. The left of the Imperial Censor was the group of people left by Lai Junshin. These people had basically collapsed, and there weren't so many Imperial Censors to replace them. Many things were temporarily handled by the right of the Imperial Censor, who was originally only responsible for the supervision and reporting of local officials. Zhou was the right of the imperial censor. After he received the imperial edict and took over the affairs of the left of the imperial censor, the first thing he did was to impeach Xue Huai. Now, that Wu Zetian only favored the second one. Xue Huai had nothing to do, so he became more diligent in recruiting disciples. Monks didn't pay taxes, so many people became disciples of Xue Huai in order to avoid paying taxes. Others needed to be examined and approved by the temple to become a monk, but Xue Huai didn't need to. Moreover, no Yamen dared to deny that a monk who had shaved his head was not a monk. Unfortunately, the monks under him didn't need to abide by the rules, so everyone flocked to him. Because of this, not only could many people boldly avoid paying taxes, but there were also a large number of monks who didn't abide by the rules in White Horse Temple. They drank and ate meat every day and practiced martial arts. Zhou didn't like it for a long time, so once he had the power to manage the soldiers and civilians in the capital, he immediately wanted to reorganize White Horse Temple. In the end, Censor Zhou went to White Horse Temple. If he didn't run fast, he would have been beaten into a cripple. Zhou was furious and went to impeach Xue Huai in front of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian only favored the second one. If Zhou didn't come to complain, she would have almost forgotten about Xue Huai. Hearing Zhou's words, Wu Zetian also felt that Xue Huai was making a mess, so she kindly asked Zhou to go back and wait. She immediately ordered Xue Huai to come to the censorate for trial. Zhou went back to the censorate and set up such a formation. In the end, it was already past lunchtime, but Xue Huai still didn't come. Rumble. Zhou's stomach let out a disappointing sound. Zhou quietly withdrew his hand that was holding the gavel, tightened the belt under his official robe, and continued to sit upright. As long as Xue Huai didn't come, he wouldn't leave the court. Today, he was going to waste time with Xue Huai. At this time, Xue Huai was riding on a tall horse. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, revealing his chest and stomach. He led Hong Yi, Hong Lu, and a dozen other monks towards the censorate. Hong Lu, your 17th brother will arrive in the capital today. Has Golden Hairpin Drunken been booked? Hong Lu said, Master, rest assured. Your disciple has already booked the entire Golden Hairpin Drunken. Xue Huai laughed heartily. How good. When we get back to pick up your 17th brother, let's go drink to our heart's content. Hurry, let's go to that damn censor's office first. Don't delay us men's business. Chapter 630. The imperial censor Zhou was waiting anxiously. Just as he was feeling anxious and uneasy, there was a sound of people shouting and horses neighing at the Yamen entrance. A group of monks on horseback galloped to the front of the mansion. One by one, they jumped off their horses and boldly barged in. The Yamen runner guarding the gate hurried forward to stop them. Hong Yi whipped him and scolded. The general of the right guard who supports the nation, the Duke of Yi, and the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai, are carrying out an imperial edict. Who dares to stop them? When the Yamen runner heard that it was the number one hooligan in the capital, he was shocked and did not dare to stop him. He did not dare to make a sound, even after being whipped, and quickly retreated to the side. The general of the right guard who supports the nation, the Duke of Yi, and the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Great Master Huai, have arrived. A loud shout suddenly came from outside the main hall. There was a commotion in the hall. Zhou became spirited and was about to order Xue Huai to enter the hall. He had just picked up the gavel and was about to hit it when he saw Xue Huai striding into the hall with a horsewhip in his hand. His face was red, and it seemed like he had drunk a lot. Xue Huai was bare-chested and walked into the hall. He looked around disdainfully and snorted coldly. He walked toward the desk where the scribe was. Next to the desk was a long table with rolled ears. On top of the table were the 4 treasures of the study. A scribe was kneeling behind the table. When he saw Xue Huai striding towards him with his horsewhip in hand, his eyes were wide open and frightening. He quickly threw down his brush and fled to the side. Xue Huai used the horsewhip to sweep the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the ground. Hong Lu quickly stepped forward and rubbed his sleeve on the table. Shui Huai sat down and said in a rough voice, "The saint asked me to see you and listen to your questions. Now that I am here, are you not going to enter the court?" "Huh? You." The veins on Zhou Ju's forehead twitched. He thought about it carefully and suppressed his anger. Shui Huai may be arrogant, but there was no harm in letting him do as he pleased. Who asked him to be the great general and the duke? It would not be too late to punish him after the case was over. Thinking of this, Zhou Ju turned his head away and did not look at him. He only hit the gavel and shouted, "Enter the court, mighty." Shui Huai yawned and lay down lazily. He bent his elbow as a pillow and propped his head up, assuming the posture of a sleeping arhat. Hong 1 and Hong 6, along with a group of fellow disciples, stood behind him. For a moment, it seemed as if two judges and two groups of bailiffs had appeared in the court. Glaring furiously at Shui Huai, Zhou Ju barked, "Shui Huai, this official is investigating you for overstepping your authority in the ancestral hall by shaving someone's head without permission. Is this true?" Shui Huai yawned and shook his horsewhip. Hong Lu understood and quickly stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he answered, "True." The scribe's table had been snatched away by Shui Huai, so he couldn't move another table in time to record his statement. He stood at the side with a face full of embarrassment. Zhou Ju said, "You write it down here." The scribe hastily complied. He stood beside Zhou Ju, pulled a piece of paper, took Zhou Ju's brush, moistened it with ink, and wrote down this sentence. Zhou Ju asked again, "Shui Huai, this official is asking you. You have overstepped your authority and accepted many disciples without permission, allowing them to evade taxes and perform forced labor. Is this true?" This time, Shui Huai didn't even bother to shake his whip. It was Hong Lu who answered straightforwardly, "That's right. My master has always loved his disciples." Zhou Ju asked again, "Shui Huai, you have accepted many disciples. They don't preach scriptures and chant Buddhist scriptures all day long. Is this true?" Shui Huai started snoring loudly. Hong Lu curled his lips and said, "Nonsense. My master's skills are all in this. What else can he do if he doesn't practice martial arts? Even my master doesn't know how to chant scriptures. Aren't you making things difficult for him?" Zhou Ju slammed the gavel heavily and shouted, "How dare you, Shui Huai? You have overstepped your authority, shaved your head without permission, condoned tax evasion, and disobeyed the rules. Do you know your crimes?" Shui Huai was awakened by the gavel. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, asking Hong, "Is the interrogation over?" Hong hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, it's over." Shui Huai stood up and said, "Since it's over, let's go. I'll go to the Golden Hairpin Drunk with Hong. Hong Lu, go pick up 17 and come to the banquet." After the discussion, the three of them turned and walked down the hall. Zhou Ju was shocked and angry. He shouted, "Shui Huai, where are you going?" Shui Huai turned around and teased him, "I'm going to have a drink." "What's wrong?" Zhou Ju's face turned pale. He pointed at Shui Huai and said with a trembling voice, "You, how dare you look down on the court?" "I, Tui." Shui Huai spat out a mouthful of phlegm onto his desk. Zhou Ju was so disgusted that he quickly hid and covered half of his face with his sleeve. Shui Huai glared at him and said, "The saint asked me to come and be interrogated by you. Now that you've interrogated and interrogated, I've answered to the saint. What else do you want?" All the disciples spat at Zhou Ju in unison and followed Shui Huai as he boldly walked out. Zhou Ju was so angry that his throat was gurgling, his face was red and blue, and his eyes were seeing stars. When he finally caught his breath, Shui Huai was long gone. Right at this moment, someone came out from the back of the hall. He stuck his head out to take a look and saw that the hall was empty. He then revealed himself and said to Zhou Ju with a smile, "Since Brother Zhou has not asked about the case, why are you here alone? What are you trying to do?" Zhou Ju had just caught his breath when he saw the person. It was Su Yugong of the left censor. There were not many people in the left censor now. Su Yugong was one of them. Although he was in the left censor, he specialized in opposing Lai Junshin's group. Therefore, he got along well with the censors in the right censor. Zhou Ju and he were very good friends. Zhou took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He asked, "Why is Brother Su here?" Su Yugong did not notice the change in his expression. As soon as he heard the question, he happily smiled and said, "Yang Longzhong of the Ministry of Appointments has returned to the capital today. He and you and I are kindred spirits. In this trip to the southern border, he eradicated evil and eliminated evil, displaying his power and prestige. The group of evildoers at the left platform were all buried in his hands. Therefore, I would like to invite Brother Su to welcome him." Zhou asked, "Yang Longzhong of the Ministry of Personnel, the disciple of the White Horse Temple Master?" Su Yugong smiled yes. Zhou flew into a rage. "I won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. This pair of master and disciple is not a good person." Because of his master, Zhou hated his disciple, Yang Fan. He swung his sleeves angrily and left. Su Yugong was stunned on the spot with a blank face. When Yang Fan arrived at the capital, there were many officials who came to welcome him. For example, Censor Hu Yuanli, Su Yugong, and the others. They were all friends who had fought side by side. Sun Yuxuan, Yin Xiaojun, and the others were colleagues in the Ministry of Justice. As for Qindong, Yuan Han, and the others, they were his trusted subordinates. In addition, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, and the others were good friends in the army. There were many of them, even more than the number of civil officials who came to welcome him. Other than that, there were also some officials whom Yang Fan had interacted with before. Although they did not have a deep friendship, they did not mind coming to greet and make friends. Even if Yang Fan did not become a heavenly official and actually held the position of assistant minister of heavenly official, he was still a powerful figure in the Ministry of Justice. As for Hong Lu, because of the delay in the censorate, he was a step late. When he arrived, Yang Fan had already entered the city. Hong Lu had no choice but to go to the palace. After everyone received Yang Fan and Yuna Gao, they returned to Luoyang in a grandiose manner. They each set a date for the banquet and dispersed. Those who really wanted to see Yang Fan were all of high status and could not personally come out to welcome him. But now that Yang Fan had returned, he would definitely see them first. It was impossible for him to drink and have fun with his gang of scoundrels. Yang Fan followed Yuna Gao into the palace first to see the emperor. Today, the emperor was not attending court and was waiting at Lovely Spring Terrace. Lovely Spring Terrace was now the place where the Zhang brothers often stayed. Wu Zetian treated this place as the residence of her most favored concubine. As long as she was not dealing with government affairs, she would definitely be here. After seeing Yang Fan, Wu Zetian praised him for his contributions in the southern border. She also explained the reason for transferring him to the Heavenly Magistrate's office, and then dismissed him. Wu Zetian truly felt that Yang Fan was the best person to resolve the southern border's affairs. At least based on his friendly relationship with the various tribe leaders of the southern border, the local tribe leaders would not make things too difficult for him when it came to the appointment of officials. Also, he was not on good terms with the aristocratic families and would definitely strictly suppress the number of descendants of the aristocratic families. These 2 points were advantages that Yang Fan already possessed. He did not need Wu Zetian to tell him anything. He would definitely play such a role and would definitely do so. If he needed the emperor's instructions, then the emperor did not need it to be him. If it was anyone else, wouldn't it be enough for the emperor to tell them what to do? The process of Yang Fan seeing Wu Zetian was both simple and smooth. Originally, he did not want to stay a moment longer in front of Wu Zetian. It would be good if he could leave earlier, but he had been away for so long. He really wanted to see one. Unfortunately, there was no morning court today. Wu Zetian did not see him at Wucheng Hall, so he did not have the opportunity to see one. After Yang Fan left Lovely Spring Terrace, he was accompanied by a young servant as he walked out of the palace. He looked left and right every 3 steps, but did not see any trace of Wan. Yang Fan thought, could it be that Wan still does not know the news of my return to the capital? That shouldn't be the case. This news should have first reached her before it was reported to the emperor. Just as he was thinking, a woman dressed in men's clothing slowly walked over. The only people in the palace who could wear men's clothing were the female officials of the various departments of the inner palace. As soon as the young servant who led the way for Yang Fan saw the female official, he bowed deeply and very politely called out, "Fu Jiejie." "Ah, turns out it's Yang Longzhong." The female official was Fu Qingqing, who served by Wan Er's side. Right now, the most powerful person in the palace was Wan. Although the second Zhang was favored, what they cared about was the power in the court. They did not care about the connections and power in the palace. Moreover, it was really not convenient for them to meddle. Wan Er held great power in her hands, so the power of her trusted aides also rose accordingly. Fu Qingqing's current position in the palace was similar to Wei Tuan-er's in the past. The things she was in charge of were basically the things that Wei Tuan-er had previously been in charge of. Therefore, in the inner palace, not only the palace maids fawned on her, but many of the princesses and imperial concubines were also very courteous to her. She seemed to have just seen Yang Fan. Pleasantly surprised, she came forward and said to Yang Fan with a smile, "I heard that Yang Longzhong has moved to the Heavenly Magistrate's mansion. Congratulations." Yang Fan smiled modestly and said, "Sister Fu is too polite. Are we going to Shangwan Dai Ji's place?" Fu Qingqing smiled and said, "That's right. Dai Ji has asked for leave from a saint. He has to return to his mansion to visit his relatives the day after tomorrow. He will be back in 3 days. Since Dai Ji is not here, Qingqing will have to take his place. I'm going to ask Dai Ji if he has any instructions." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Sister Fu has worked hard." Yang Fan naturally knew that Fu Qingqing was Wan Er's trusted aide. As soon as he heard it, he knew that she had specially rushed over to tell him the news. Wan Er indeed knew that he had returned and had even arranged a secret meeting. Why was it set for the day after tomorrow? That was naturally because Wan Er knew that he had just returned to the capital. No matter how much she missed him, she had to first give him time to settle down with his family and meet with his superiors and friends. This lovely little girl was deeply in love with her lover, but she was never infatuated with him. She was always so tactful. Chapter 631. After getting Wan Er's approval from Fu Qingqing, Yang Fan's heart was at ease. He no longer looked around and strode toward the palace gate. Yang Fan had just left the Meridian Gate when he saw Li Xiucai, the assistant minister of the Yellow Gate, walking towards him. Behind Li Xiucai was a scribe who was carrying a stack of documents. It looked like they were going to the political affairs hall. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, Li Xiucai smiled and stood still. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Longzhong, it's been a long time." Yang Fan recognized him. This assistant minister of the Yellow Gate was the trusted aide of Prime Minister Li Xiaoda. After Li Xiaoda took power, he was also very famous in the court. Yang Fan smiled and stood still. He cupped his hands and said, "Assistant Minister Li, it's been a long time." "Haha, Yang Longzhong's trip to the southern border is very satisfying. Now that you have returned with success, the saints will reward you. Moving Yang Longzhong to the heavenly official Fu is exactly what everyone wants. It's a cause for celebration." Li Xiucai laughed loudly as he walked closer. He lowered his voice and said, "Second Lang's trip to the southern border did not disappoint. Prime Minister Li is also very happy. Today, Prime Minister Li has set up a banquet in the Fu and invites Lang to come." "Oh, Prime Minister Li is really too polite to me." Yang Fan's heart was slightly moved. He did not hesitate and calmly cupped his hands and thanked him. Li Xiucai smiled and cupped his hand again to Yang Fan. He then walked toward the palace. Yang Fan stood where he was and looked at his back. His eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Before the journey to the southern border, Yang Fan had anticipated that this fierce battle with the censorate would inevitably result in him being impeached by the censorate. In order to avoid being hindered by the imperial court, he had requested Li Xiaoda to protect him, and Li Xiaoda had graciously agreed. Later, Huang Jingrong forced Wu Man and Bai Man to rebel. When the news of the rebellion of the black and white barbarians reached the capital, Wu Zetian's attitude changed drastically. She went from obstructing Yang Fan to supporting Yang Fan. As a result, Li Xiaoda did not have to use force. However, regardless of whether or not Li Xiaoda played a role in this matter, his previous promise was enough. When Yang Fan returned to the capital this time, he definitely had to pay a visit. Li Xiaoda was very clear about this. Since that was the case, why did he take the initiative to extend an invitation to the wise? This was not Li Xiaoda's usual style. The current Li Xiaoda did not put anyone in his eyes. Yang Fan didn't need to think too deeply to know the reason behind it. Southern Frontier's official selection. The selection of officials. Now, there were more and more officials attached themselves to Li Xiaoda. Why did they follow him? Wasn't it because following him would give them a more stable position, more opportunities, a brighter future, and more opportunities for their children? Very obviously, Li Xiaoda was also eyeing this good opportunity of the southern border's official selection. Yang Fan secretly smiled bitterly and turned around. As soon as he turned around, he jumped in fright. This was in front of the palace gate, so there was no need for him to be on high alert at all times. In addition, he was deep in thought, so Yang Fan didn't notice that someone had already come up to him. This turn of events gave him a fright. The person standing behind Yang Fan was Guanglu Temple's deputy, Song Jixuan. Song Jixuan was looking at him with a thought-provoking smile. As soon as he saw him turn around, he said with a smile, "Erlang is independent of the palace gates and seems to be deep in thought. What happy event has happened?" Yang Fan had already calmed down. Hearing this, he said with a smile, "Deputy Song must be joking. I just happened to think of a trivial matter. How can there be any happy event?" Song Jixuan laughed and said, "Erlang has returned with success. His Highness, the King of Liang, is extremely happy. He especially set up a banquet in his manor to welcome Erlang. He invites Erlang to attend the banquet at 1 o'clock today." 1 o'clock today? Yang Fan cried out involuntarily. Although he did not know when Song Jixuan arrived, he dared to confirm that when he was talking to Li Shucai, Song Jixuan was definitely not here yet. Therefore, he could not have heard Li Shucai's words and deliberately chosen this time. It could only be said that it was a coincidence. Although the emperor was not attending court today, the various yamens were operating as usual. If the officials had any private matters, they would usually finish their official business in the morning and then deal with it in the afternoon. Therefore, it was not strange that Li Xiaoda and Wu Sansi coincidentally chose this time in the afternoon. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance, Song Jixuan could not help but ask suspiciously, "What? Could it be? Erlang already has an appointment?" Wu Sansi and Li Xiaoda coincidentally invited Yang Fan. This was no different from the purpose of the Shandong aristocratic families and the Guanlong aristocratic families. These large powers and powerful ministers had such behavior, but it did not mean that Yang Fan could make a decision on the selection of the southern frontier officials. Wu Zetian did not give him this authority, and the final decision was not in his hands. But since Wu Zetian wanted to cushion the pressure from the various powers and factions and ease the resistance from the tribal leaders of the southern frontier, she had chosen him, so he had the right to make the initial selection. Li Xiaoda and Wu Sansi, as well as the various aristocratic families, used their own connections and power. Could they forcefully insert their own people into the selection? Could they overrule the candidates proposed by Yang Fan? Of course they could, but to do so, wouldn't it be too evil? It was easy for him to suppress Yang Fan, but he would not be able to suppress the impeachment from the other factions. Yang Fan could not do anything to them, but the other powers would have sufficient reason to impeach them for using their power to overstep their authority and interfere with the selection of officials for their own personal gain. But through the candidates proposed by Yang Fan, they would be justified. At that time, they could do whatever they wanted and secretly support Yang Fan. As long as they could resist the attacks from the other powers, they would be able to achieve what they wanted, and they would not fall into a passive position from the beginning to the end. The importance of Yang Fan lay in this. Wu Sansi and Li Xiaoda put down their differences and took the initiative to quickly invite him, because they were afraid that others would beat them to it. Of course, Yang Fan would not say that Li Xiaoda had already sent someone to invite him. The fact that he sent someone to invite him proved that there was contact, and a relatively close relationship between them. For example, Wu Qingxi could only do his best to recommend his people. He also predicted that Yang Fan would not give him special care, so he could only grit his teeth and wait to find the weakness of Yang Fan. If Yang Fan told Song Jixuan that Minister Li had already sent someone to invite him, Wu Sansi would immediately understand. Yang Fan was connected to Li Zhaoda's faction, and Yang Fan would have one less trump card. In the future, it would not be easy for him to maintain his current status of being like a fish in water. But the truth could not be said, so how could he refuse? Whether it was Li Zhaoda or Wu Sansi, if they refused the invitation, they would definitely offend someone. Just as Yang Fan was in a dilemma, suddenly there was the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, galloping towards them. Galloping horses in front of the palace, unless it was an urgent military report, was almost impossible. Which official or noble would not know to restrain their horses and gallop in front of the palace? Could it be that something big had happened at the border? Yang Fan and Song Jixuan were a little surprised. They turned their heads together and saw that the approaching person was not a military courier with a triangular flag on his back, but a monk with a bald head and a large robe. The monk galloped wildly on the horse and scrupulously. There were only a few people in front of the palace. He saw Yang Fan at a glance and immediately grinned. He laughed and shouted, "Brother Hong Lu, I trust you have been well since we last met." "Brother Hong Lu." Yang Fan was overjoyed. He quickly excused himself to Song Jixuan and quickly walked up to greet him. When the horse came close, Hong Lu hurriedly pulled the reins and jumped off. He laughed and gave him a tight hug. "Brother Hong Lu, we brothers all know about what you did in the southern frontier. Good job. You did not lose face for our White Horse Temple. Under Master Xue's tutelage, one must have an insolent spirit. Whoever dares to go against us, we will teach them a lesson." Hong Lu's eyebrows danced as he said this, and he heavily punched Yang Fan's chest. It seemed that Yang Fan had killed 2 imperial envoys in the southern frontier, causing the other imperial envoys to be imprisoned after returning to the capital, was really to this ruffian monk's liking. Yang Fan laughed and said, "Brother is overpraising me. How did you find your way to the palace? After this matter is over, I should have gone to pay my respects to Shurzuan and all the other brothers." Hong Lu laughed and said, "It's not like you don't know Shurzuan's temper. He is as impatient as a thunderbolt. How could he have the patience to wait for you in the temple?" As soon as he heard that you had returned, Shurzuan was grinning from ear to ear. Right now, he has already gone to the Golden Hairpin Drunk to wait for you. All the other brothers are there. If there is nothing else, let's go now. Don't let Shurzuan wait for too long. Yang Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. A prime minister and a prince, one with political power and one with imperial power, chose to invite him to a banquet at the same time. No matter how quick-witted he was, he could not think of a solution that would satisfy both sides. Unless the emperor wanted to invite him to a banquet, no matter what reason he used to reject one party's invitation, he would offend them. But there was one exception, and that was Xue Huai. Xue Huai was an unreasonable person who did not care about anyone. Whether it was Li Zhaoda or Wu Sansi, they were not willing to bicker with this unreasonable person. His purpose in inviting Yang Fan to a banquet was the purest of all. It had nothing to do with the selection of officials or the politics of the court. He had invited Yang Fan to a banquet purely because he was in a good mood and wanted a drink. Regardless of whether it was Wu Sansi or Li Zhaoda, when they heard that he had stolen their guest, they could only laugh bitterly. They would not vent their anger on him, nor would they blame Yang Fan. Yang Fan was overjoyed, but he quickly put on a troubled expression. He turned to Song Jixuan and said, "Deputy Song, I am overwhelmed by the king's invitation, but since my master has summoned me, I do not dare to refuse. Why don't Yang Fan pay a visit to His Highness King Liang tomorrow? What do you think?" As Yang Fan spoke, he shot him a meaningful glance. His meaning was self-evident. "Deputy Song, the person behind me is a scoundrel. The scoundrel behind me is the #1 scoundrel in the entire dynasty. Yang Fan really has no choice. You should be careful with your words, lest you get beaten up. He really does dare to beat you up." Hong Lu glared at him. "What? Does King Liang also want to invite my 17th brother to a drink?" Song Jishuan smiled bitterly and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and said, His Highness King Liang does indeed intend to invite Erlang to a drink. However, since Master Shui has already prepared a banquet, then, cough cough, having a master is like having a father. Naturally, this old man will report to His Highness that he will host another banquet tomorrow. Yang Fan did not dare to ride his horse in front of the imperial palace. After bidding farewell to Song Jishuan, he led his horse and Hong Lu out of the imperial palace. Only then did he get on his horse and gallop towards Drunken Golden Hairpin. Hong Lu, who was riding on his horse, suddenly laughed out loud. He gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and praised, Erlang, you are truly capable. Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Senior brother, you're at it again. Isn't it just a trip to the southern border? There's no need to praise me over and over again. Hong Lu shook his bald head vigorously. That's not what I'm talking about. Yang Fan asked curiously. Then what is it? Hong Lu winked at him and chuckled. Don't hide it from me. Everyone already knows about this. Yang Fan was even more baffled. What do you mean everyone already knows? Hong Lu grinned mischievously. Of course it's about Princess Taiping's pregnancy. Don't tell me that the child belongs to Prince Consort Wu? Chapter 632. Yang Fan suddenly pulled the reins and screamed. What did you say? Princess Taiping is pregnant? Hong Lu saw that his shocked expression did not seem to be fake and said in surprise, What? You don't know? Yang Fan thought for a while and calmed down. He shook the reins and said, Let's go. Let's talk while walking. Hong Lu didn't hide anything and immediately told him everything he knew. On that day, Ma Qiao, Hu Yuanli, Sun Yuxuan, and others escorted Princess Taiping back to Luoyang from Chang'an. The emperor's son-in-law and the royal family's relatives and friends who were close to Princess Taiping all went to greet them and then entered the palace together to meet the emperor. The news that Princess Taiping was pregnant was spread after they entered the palace to meet the emperor. It was said that the princess was pregnant when she left Chang, and so she did not realize it. She did not know it until she arrived in Chang'an. At that time, she was responsible for worshipping the ancestors. She was afraid that it would affect the worshipping the ancestors, so she temporarily hid the news. After worshipping the ancestors, she was not in a hurry to report the news back to the capital. She hid the news first and said that she wanted to give the emperor's son-in-law a surprise. Princess Taiping had always been straightforward, so it was not strange for her to do so. The emperor's son-in-law was really surprised and held a big banquet to celebrate. The emperor was also very surprised and gave the emperor's son-in-law and the princess many gifts. However, Wu Ziqian had always loved Princess Taiping, so she did not send an imperial physician to check her body. In the past, when Princess Taiping had a headache and fever, the emperor was worried about the medical skills of the doctors in the princess's mansion and had to send someone from the palace to treat her. Why didn't he send an imperial physician this time? This unnoticeable detail was discovered by people who liked to gossip. They quickly figured out a reasonable answer. The date of the princess's pregnancy was not right. Princess Taiping went to Chang and to worship the ancestors and was escorted by Yang Fan. The relationship between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping was well known. They must have been in the same carriage and sleeping together on the way. So, was this child conceived before or after the princess went to Chang'an? The emperor did not send an imperial physician. Was it because she was worried that the imperial physician would find that the pregnancy time was not right? Thus, before Yang Fan had even returned to the capital, his love affair had already begun to spread through the capital. Hong Lu told her what had happened and asked with concern, 17, that child really isn't yours? When Yang Fan heard what he said, he was shocked. I didn't do anything with her. Is she really the child of Prince Consort? Thinking of this, Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, a little sour. Speaking of which, the person who should be jealous and had the right to be jealous should be Consort Wu, who was already a mess in the eyes of the commoners of Luoyang. Yang Fan really had no reason to be jealous, but since he had already accepted Taiping, how could he feel comfortable hearing this kind of news? Besides, when she and Princess Qixi toured the Luo River, she had said that she would never let the son-in-law touch her, But now, Yang Fan felt a little hurt in his heart. As soon as this feeling arose, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the past, he had no knowledge about pregnant women. But ever since Xiao Meng got pregnant, he had some experience with pregnant women. If Tai Ping was really pregnant before she went to Chang, and how could she look normal when she was in Chang'an? When Yang Fan went to Chang and met Princess Tai Ping, she pulled Yang Fan in her boudoir. She dressed herself in her underwear and dressed herself in front of him. She even hugged and kissed him and rubbed her ears against his. Her enchanting waist twisted like a snake. It was so thin that it did not seem like a woman who was 3 months pregnant. Yang Fan was secretly suspicious, but he still maintained a calm expression. He shook his head gently and said, "No." Hong Lu was very disappointed. He had heard the rumors and was sure that the child Princess Tai Ping was pregnant with was his junior brother's. His junior brother had an ordinary background like him. Now, not only did he take the princess's body, he gave the son-in-law a green hat, and he even took the child's place. His group of brothers were very proud. Hong Lu did not give up and asked, 17, "Are you sure that this child is not yours?" Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "This matter, the princess has never told me. You know, I am very busy. This matter, I have to ask her before I know." Hong Lu was overjoyed and said, "Then you must ask quickly. You must ask clearly. Before you ask clearly, don't be in a hurry to deny it. This is a great thing to be proud of. If you deny wrongly, you will spoil the mood of your brothers." To tell you the truth, Master also praised your ability. Lu Dao Lane was located in the southeast corner of Luoyang. It was far from the center of Luoyang and had fewer residents. However, the scenery here was beautiful, and the land and housing prices were not high. Therefore, some scholars with average family backgrounds who liked to be cultured liked to buy houses and live here. In the second section of Lu Dao Lane, there was a small house with 2 courtyards. It was called a small house because the house was simple and plain, and it did not look rich or noble. In terms of the area it occupied, it was not inferior to the luxurious houses with 5 courtyards in the center of the city. This was the house of Scholar Xiang Jun. Scholar Xiang had never held any important position in the imperial court in his life. He had always been a scholar and civil official with a leisurely job. His reputation in the officialdom was far less resounding than his reputation in the scholarly community. Scholar Xiang had retired due to old age. He only had one son, who was a county magistrate in the north. The old man was the only one left in the house. He rarely went out these days and did not socialize as much as he did when he was young and strong. Therefore, in the already deserted Lu Dao Lane, this scholar's house was especially inconspicuous. Although the Xiang residence was one of the more deserted residences in the square, the Xiang residence was not deserted at all. The grass and trees in the residence were lush, and the birds were chirping. The exuberant vitality swept away the bleakness of late autumn. It seemed that after Scholar Xiang retired, he devoted himself to being a gardener. The plants and trees in the yard were all evergreen herbs carefully selected by him. He planted and pruned them attentively. There was a special flavor in them. At this moment, in the backyard garden of Xiang's house, a white-robed man was strolling leisurely. Behind him was a shrewd man in black. The white-robed man had his hair loosely tied up in a bun. He wore a moon-white yin house uniform. He had a small beard and a natural and unrestrained temperament, like a tall bamboo in the grass and trees. He was completely different from the shrewd man in black behind him. The white-robed man was young Master Jiang, and the man in black behind him was his confidant, Yuan Tingyun. The place where young Master Jiang was now had nothing to do with the succession hall. The owner of this place was Scholar Xiang. Scholar Xiang's only son was a county magistrate in the north and was secretly supported by the Liu family. The relationship between them was not known to the outside world. In the past, young Master Jiang had never had any contact with County Magistrate Xiang or his father, so this was an absolutely safe place. No one would have thought he was hiding here. Yuan Tingyun reported in a low voice, "When the court built the 3-yang imperial traveling palace for the emperor, we started to interfere. Now, we are responsible for at least half of this project. After it is completed, we can profit." Young Master Jiang interrupted his words and asked, "Is Xianzong responsible for this project?" Originally, he was Xianzong, and Xianzong was him. But now it was not. The current Xianzong sect master was Yang Fan, and he was a distant nephew of Scholar Xiang who had already retired. He had gone to Jing to prepare for the spring examinations next year. So what he meant when he asked this question was whether or not other people in Xianzong knew or participated in this project. Yuan Tingyun hesitated slightly and then responded in a low voice, "Yes." Young Master Jiang said decisively, then abandoned it. "Our people cannot interfere again in case they follow the clues and find our tracks. Remember, we have to cut our wrists." Yes. Yuan Tingyun thought of that large sum of money and his heart ached. In order to obtain this project, young Master had put in so much effort. Now, Yang Fan was reaping the fruits of his labor. Thinking of this, he was especially unwilling. He couldn't help but ask, "Should we do something? Our people have just retreated. They haven't had the time to erase our tracks. If we act now, we can—" "No." Young Master Jiang decisively refused. He thought for a moment and then smiled faintly. He said disdainfully, "The succession hall was built by me. It is my blood and sweat. It is my son. I have to leave something for Yang Fan. I can't let my son starve to death." The person he wanted to deal with was Yang Fan, not the succession hall. In his heart, Yang Fan was Yang Fan. The succession hall was the succession hall. The succession hall was his heart. Yang Fan was the one who took it away. He wanted to defeat Yang Fan and take back his heart. Therefore, he couldn't deal with Yang Fan by hurting the succession hall. He would get back what belonged to him sooner or later. Everything he was doing now was for this purpose. Of course, he couldn't destroy the foundation of the succession hall to deal with Yang Fan. Moreover, he was no longer the master of the succession hall. It was impossible for the succession hall to not take precautions against the things he had done. Why should he be a villain? However, once Yang Fan controlled the succession hall, he would have great power. At that time, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. From this, it could be seen that although young Master Jiang was defeated in person, his heart was not defeated, and his confidence was not destroyed. Young Master Jiang was silent for a moment and asked again, "What else is completely in our hands now?" Yuan Tingyun became spirited and said, "We can't hide those businesses that can bring long-term benefits from the succession hall's eyes and ears. The businesses that are completely controlled by young Master are all short-term, but it's not that there aren't huge profits in them. For example, Wu Sansi built Tianshu. This project is undertaken by us. The bronze and iron used for Tianshu is the total output of the Tang dynasty in the past 2 years. Moreover, there is smelting, casting, forging, and other matters. We can profit from them." Young Master Jiang regarded the succession hall as his personal underground kingdom. But the aristocratic families didn't think so. He couldn't control all the people in the succession hall. He had his own confidants. He wanted to control these people firmly in his hands, so the resources allocated to them couldn't come from the succession hall. Therefore, he used the succession hall to hand over some businesses to his own people. Now that he had been deposed, these secret businesses had become his only source of income. Of course, he could ask the Liu family for help, but young Master Jiang had always been proud. Now that he had lost so badly, before he took back his position as sect leader, he didn't even want to see a single member of the Liu family. How could he shamelessly ask the family for help? Young Master Jiang said in a low voice, "Good. What should be given up, we have to give up. What is in my hands, we have to hold on tightly. Right now, we really need money." Young Master Jiang took a deep breath. He raised his eyes to look at the blue sky and said slowly, "The selection of officials in the southern border is the first thing that Yang Fan will do after becoming the leader of Xian sect. I hope that this will be the last thing he will do after becoming the leader of Xian sect. Haha, to rise because of this matter, to die because of this matter, for him, there is cause and effect, a cycle." Chapter 633. Shuahui was very happy to see Yang Fan. His fellow disciples were also very happy to see Yang Fan. They were indeed a group of ruffians who stole and fought, but to their own people, they were a group of loyal men. In their eyes, Yang Fan was one of their own. Not only were they close to Yang Fan, but they also saw Yang Fan as their pride. Not only them, but to Shui Huai, it was the same. Shui Huai was becoming more and more frustrated. He could no longer hide his fall from favor. Although he never mentioned this matter, he was very clear that this matter could no longer be hidden from anyone. Zhou Ju dared to impeach him and interrogate him because of his pride as an imperial censor, but it was also because he knew that Shui Huai had fallen from favor. Among those who came from the White Horse Temple, only Yang Fan was rising step by step. His reputation was becoming more and more resounding. Now, Yang Fan's reputation in the imperial court was already above his. If he had not fallen from favor, perhaps he would have been a little jealous. However, in this situation, the rise of Yang Fan was entrusted with all of his ideals and hopes. He did not want to borrow anything from Yang Fan. His power came from the harem, so Yang Fan could not help him in any way. However, today, when the White Horse Temple was gradually declining, there was still Yang Fan who outshone others. This more or less gave him some comfort. When Yang Fan saw Shui Huai and the other ruffians, his heart was also very happy. He had many friends, but no matter what kind of friends he had, these banquets and gatherings must have a deeper purpose. Only this group of people from the White Horse Temple, their only purpose was to gather, drink, and laugh. When he was with them, Yang Fan could let go of all his schemes. There was only relaxation, only satisfaction, and only wine. Half drunk, Yang Fan keenly sensed that Shui Huai had something on his mind. He was still laughing like a great bell, still wild and unruly, but the uneasiness and despair hidden deep in his bones could be concealed from Yang Fan's careless fellow disciples, but not from Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew very well that Zhang was becoming more and more favored. Shui Huai was already an empress who had not yet been thrown into the cold palace, but had already fallen out of favor. It was just like the Empress Wang, who had competed with Wu Zetian for favor back then, and knew that she would definitely lose, but was not stripped of her title of empress. Shui Huai's current cheerful demeanor and domineering attitude were all to conceal the fear in his heart. Although Yang Fan could see through Shui Huai's thoughts, he couldn't offer any advice. Shui Huai loathed that old woman in the palace, but his prestige, wealth, and status all came from that old woman. He loathed that white-haired old woman who occupied his freedom and body, but he was also unwilling to give up everything that the old woman gave him. This was a knot that could not be untied. What could Yang Fan say? When Yang Fan returned to his home, the sky was already slightly dark. The sun was slanting to the west and was about to set on the distant mountains. In front and behind him, there were many guards in the light and dark. Needless to say, there were guards in the dark. They could dress up in all kinds of colors and blend perfectly into the surrounding crowd. Even Yang Fan didn't know how many of them there were. Perhaps the dark-skinned man not far away was one of them. Perhaps the simple and honest farmer carrying an empty vegetable basket who looked like he had just sold out of vegetables was one of them. There were only 4 bright guards by Yang Fan's side. It wasn't appropriate to say that they were guards. They were all dressed like servants, wearing green clothes and small hats. Their appearances were unremarkable. With Yang Fan's current position as an official, it was normal for him to have a few servants by his side, who would be able to tell that they were Jianghu masters with outstanding martial arts. There were also many martial arts masters secretly guarding around the Yang mansion. But even Yang Fan, who knew that they were there, couldn't tell which of the pedestrians and peddlers were his people. He only knew that the Ji Sidong was planning to buy the houses on his left and right and across the street. In the flower hall of the Yang mansion, Xiao Man and An Nu were playing with the child. It was getting colder. Perhaps the first snow of this winter would come soon. Except for the warm weather in the afternoon, when they would take the little fellow out to bask in the sun, they usually played with him in the big house. Anu's love for the child was no less than that of her mother. At this time, Anu was holding the 1-month-old baby, while Xiao Man was holding a bronze mirror in front of the baby. She teased him in a childish tone. Nian Nian, look, who is this? Nian Nian was the baby's nickname. Yang Fan gave him the nickname Yang Nianzu. So far, Yang Fan didn't know the real names of his parents. The name Nianzu meant that no matter what his surname or name was, he would never forget his ancestors. Young Nianzu's eyes widened as he stared in astonishment at the little face in the mirror. He didn't quite understand that the little fellow was himself. He raised his little hand timidly, not knowing if he wanted to touch the reflection of himself in the mirror or if he wanted to shove the reflection of himself away. "Hey!" Xiao Man suddenly poked her head out from behind the mirror and made a face at him. Yang Nianzu saw his mother and clearly let out a sigh of relief. His pink lips pursed, and a ball of foam came out to show his joy. Xiao Man put down the bronze mirror and said dispiritedly, why doesn't this boy laugh even when I tease him?" Anu looked at the little fellow and asked worriedly, "Is there something wrong with the baby? Stop talking nonsense." Xiao Man glared at her and said angrily, "Look at how smart my baby is. How can there be anything wrong with him? Let me see." Xiao Man took the child and put him on the couch. She held his chin with her hands and began to carefully examine him. As Yang Fan walked to the back of the mansion, he thought about the arrangements for tomorrow. He had to deal with Li Zhaoda and Wu Sansi. He also had to go to Princess Taiping. The next step of the plan required her close cooperation. The day after tomorrow, Wun'er would leave the palace. He had to go accompany her. He also had to take time to look at the various information that Xian Zong had reported to him. He had to gradually understand and truly control this huge force. Yang Fan thought along the way as he walked into the parlor. Xiao Man had just finished her visual inspection and said to Anu seriously, "What's wrong with my baby? There's nothing wrong with him at all. He's very healthy." Anu was teasing young Nianzu's little penis. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at her and said, "You know the result just by looking. Of course. The child is the flesh that fell from my body. Of course, with one look. Aya, don't knock it off." Xiao Man saw that Anu was treating her precious baby as a toy and quickly snatched it. Anu giggled and said, "It's not made of mud. How could it be knocked off?" At this time, Yang Fan walked into the hall and said with a smile, "What are you guys talking about? Why are you so happy?" When Xiao Man saw her Lang Jun come back, she welcomed him with joy and said worriedly, "Lang Jun, our child will smile when he is asleep. But when he is awake, no matter how you tease him, he won't smile. At most, he will purse his lips. Don't you think it's strange?" Yang Fan took the child and kissed him on his face. The child's saliva was stuck on his face. Yang Fan was reluctant to wipe away the milky smell and said to Xiao Man with a smile, "You are too anxious. The child is too young and doesn't understand that you are teasing him. When a child smiles when he is asleep, that is because he is sleeping. Immortal Granny is teaching him something. When he learns it, Immortal Granny will praise him. When the child is praised, he will smile. Don't be anxious. Wait until he is a little older, and wait for another month. At that time, you can tease him and see if he will giggle." Xiao Man said with admiration, "Lang Jun really knows a lot. You know more than us women." Yang Fan said shamelessly, "Of course, your husband is very knowledgeable. How can this kind of small matter trouble me?" Anu covered her mouth and laughed. Yes. I don't know who asked Granny Wong, who was washing clothes, about these things yesterday. I heard it clearly from behind." Yang Fan was exposed, but he didn't blush. He rolled his eyes at Anu and said to Xiao Man, "You two, one doesn't understand, and the other doesn't understand. In the end, you still don't understand. We don't have elders in our family. These things we should ask the elders in the house." Xiao Man was suddenly enlightened. She said happily, "Lang Jun is right. I'll ask Grandma Wong. This child always sleeps hard at night. She groans like a calf, and her face is red. I have to see if there's any problem." Yang Fan was surprised. "Does the child have this problem sleeping at night? Why didn't I know?" Xiao Man rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are asleep. You don't even wake up when there is thunder. How would you know?" After saying that, she carried the child and left excitedly. Anu looked at her back with envy on her face. Until Xiao Man disappeared at the door, Anu reluctantly retracted her gaze. When she turned her head, she saw Yang Fan staring at her with a smile, as if he knew what was on her mind. She couldn't help blushing. Yang Fan walked forward and gently held her hand. He whispered, "Winter is coming. Don't worry. Let's get married in spring, okay? Ah, Anu's little face suddenly turned red. She said bashfully, "Who's anxious?" Yang Fan grabbed her shyly retracted hands and said seriously, "I don't want you to follow me secretly. But in the past, you can't expose your identity. It's different now. We have enough power to protect ourselves. Young Master Jiang can't do anything to us. The reason why I have to wait until next spring is because I have something important to do now. I really can't find the time to arrange our marriage. I have to start taking over the power of the Succession Hall Evidence Sect. Also, the Evidence Sect and the Hidden Sect were opposing each other in the past. Naturally, it won't be like this in the future. Shinmu is in Goguryeo. When he returns, I have to have a good talk with him. Since the Evidence Sect Patriarch has changed, I think his exile has ended." Before Yang Fan finished speaking, Anu made a gentle sound. She shyly lowered her head and said in a small voice, I'll listen to you." Yang Fan hugged her and said in a low voice, "Also, the most important thing for me right now, the selection of officials at the southern border. Only when this matter is completed satisfactorily can my position be secure. Since young Master Jiang has escaped, he definitely won't be willing to fail. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, he will definitely make a big deal out of this. If he can send me to prison and have the emperor chop off my head. So what if I take his position? Similarly, if he loses this battle, he will never be able to rise again. This is the final battle between me and him. Right now, I am waiting for him to come." Chapter 634. The bright moon in the sky reflected the silver frost on the ground. At night in Luoyang, except for a few luxurious places like the Tung Fong, the rest of the city was in deep sleep. In the back garden of the Yang family, a gurgling stream flowed quietly in the moonlight. Suddenly, a loud and powerful baby cry broke the silence of the night. Then a man's voice sounded in a daze. "The baby is crying. Feed him." Then a woman's voice came. "Grandma Wang said that babies sleep and wake up. Don't feed him as soon as he wakes up. He might not be hungry. You should coax him first. If he continues to sleep, just ignore him." Oh! After a while, the baby's cry continued. Finally, a soft light lit up the window. Then, a beautiful woman's silhouette appeared. She gently opened her clothes and held a baby in her arms. The milk obviously didn't work as it should. The baby was still crying. The beautiful woman began to push the man beside her. "Hey, get up. The baby is not hungry. He doesn't need to pee. The little devil is making trouble. Just walk around the house with him in your arms. Then he will stop crying." The man's sleepy voice vaguely said, "Grandma Wang said that you can't always hold a baby. Or else, he won't sleep if you don't hold him in your arms next time. Just coax him first." Oh, the woman obediently began to coax the baby. Unfortunately, although she was obedient, the baby was not. So, the woman continued to push her husband. "Get up. The baby won't sleep." Her husband immediately responded with a loud snore. The woman was angry and funny at the same time. She patted him and said, "Tomorrow, hire a nurse for the baby." The snoring man immediately responded, "I already said that I would hire a nurse. It was you who couldn't bear to let others take care of him. You insisted on doing it yourself." "Huh, I knew you were pretending to sleep. Get up and coax the baby." Phew phew. On the same night, the autumn moon in Chang and was as bright. Chang, which was similar to Luoyang, was like a chessboard bathed in the moonlight. The only difference was that there was no Luo River on this chessboard. But the same thing was that Yongkong Square was also like Luoyang's Gentleness Square, with luxurious music and dazzling lights. Under the moonlight, there was a secluded courtyard. There was a house in the courtyard, and the lights were still on. Outside the wall, the night watchman banged his clapper as he walked past. It was already past the third watch period. A woman was lying on her back on the couch. Her fair skin was exposed, and half of her plump chest was exposed under her half-covered undergarments. Her soft and beautiful curves and her soft and beautiful complexion were rippling with a gentle and beautiful charm. An old woman sat beside him. Her face was full of wrinkles, like the bark of an old tree that had lived for hundreds of years, rough and wrinkled. The skin on her hands was almost as rough and loose but her grip was still strong and steady. She gently pressed the ribs of the beautiful woman who was lying on her back, and a relieved smile slowly appeared on her old face. He had already recovered, but he still couldn't move his fists and legs for the past few months. However, he could already walk and move like a normal person. "Girl, you are really lucky." The woman gently pulled down her clothes to cover the spring scenery in front of her chest. Unconvinced, she said, Ting Er left the Chui family at the age of 14 to work in the succession hall. "After so many years, I have never suffered a fatal injury with the skills that have been passed down in my family. This time, if it wasn't for my own people attacking me, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself. How could I?" The old woman's wrinkles spread out as she smiled. She poked her forehead and said, "Girl, you like to win, just like when you were young." The woman tied her belt and sat up. She asked, "Granny, did you find out about the news I asked you to find out for me?" The old woman nodded and said, "I have already found out that the new sect master is called Yang Fan. He is a young man who was very famous in Chong and a while ago. It is said that he has an unclear relationship with a girl from the Duga family. However, after he became the sect master, he brought his wife and son back to Chong." Gu Zhuding cried out involuntarily, "Yang Fan? Granny, you said that the new sect master of the Xian clan is that Yang Fan, who young Master Jiang sent people to kidnap his wife?" The old woman said, "Yes, it is him." Gu Zhuting said in shock, "I didn't think that he would become our new sect master." When Gu Zhuting said this, her voice suddenly paused. When she looked at the old woman again, a strange expression floated onto her face. "Granny, you said that he brought his wife and son back to Chong'an? It's a son, not a child." The old woman laughed and said, "Isn't a newborn child?" Gu Zhuting hurriedly shook her head. "No, I mean there's only one child." The old woman said, "The more you speak, the more confused you are. This is the first child of the sect master, not just one, but several. No, this is not right." Gu Zhuting shook her head forcefully, her expression confused. The old woman looked at her in surprise and asked, "Ting Er, what happened?" Gu Zhuting slowly raised her head and looked at her. She said word by word, "After Yang Fan's wife was kidnapped, she gave birth to a pair of twins that night. Not a son. It is a son and a daughter." The old woman's expression gradually became serious. She said in a deep voice, "A son and a daughter? Are you sure?" "Of course I am sure. I was the one who delivered his wife." "His daughter, did she die?" The old woman said, "Impossible. The news that this old woman has heard is that only his wife and son were taken back by Yang Fan. There is no talk of a daughter. Where did his daughter go?" Gu Zhuting's thin brows furrowed slightly. She shook her head and said in confusion, "I don't know." The old woman slowly paced around the room for a while and then sat down on the side of the bed. She said gravely, "Ting Er, you have always been hesitant about the cause and effect of your injuries. This old woman has already gone into seclusion and did not want to ask about it. However, this matter is really not a small matter. You must tell me everything from beginning to end." Gu Zhuting took a deep breath and told her the whole story of how she was suddenly questioned that night and how she asked her to help Xiao Man after learning that she could deliver a baby. The old woman had served the aristocratic families for a lifetime. Although she was old now and was no longer as agile as before, her wisdom and experience were something that Gu Zhuting could never catch up to. The old woman connected the information she had heard with Gu Zhuting's experience. Her eyes gradually lit up, and she muttered to herself, "This old woman understands, I understand." Gu Zhuting said anxiously, "Granny, quickly tell me what is going on." The old woman said, "That day, Madame Yang was kidnapped and happened to be in labor. There is no midwife in young Master Zhang's residence, so he asked you who could deliver a child." Gu Zhuting nodded and said, "Yes." "What's wrong?" The old woman's eyes shone coldly as she said, "Young Master Jiang sent people to kidnap Yang Fan's pregnant wife. He probably wanted to use her and her child's lives to force Yang Fan to work for him." Gu Zhuting nodded again. "I think so too. But what does this have to do with the little girl's disappearance?" The old granny said, Madame Yang unexpectedly gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. I'm afraid that no one would have expected this. Madame Yang fainted the moment her first child was about to be born, so she didn't know that she had actually given birth to two children. Gu Zhuding said anxiously, "Granny, what are you trying to say?" The old woman said solemnly, "As long as young Master Jiang has Yangfan's woman and child, it is enough to use them to threaten Yangfan. The additional child will not increase or decrease his bargaining chips." So he hid this child. He didn't want others to know about this, and you're not his trusted aide. That's why he sent people to kill you. Gu Zhuding was still confused. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Why would he hide a child? If he wanted to hide a child, why not the boy? The Yang family does not have a son yet, so the boy should be more important to them, right?" The old woman shook her head and said, "Why would he hide a child?" This old woman cannot think of a reason. At least, he could not have planned to use the girl to threaten Yangfan in the future. Otherwise, he would not have killed you, an insider. As for why he hid the girl and not the boy, it is easy to understand. The old woman explained to Gu Zhuting in detail. It is because of the importance of the boy that young Master Jiang wanted to let Yangfan know that his wife gave birth to a son. This way, both his wife and son are in young Master Jiang's hands, so he can use them to threaten Yangfan. That day, when young Master Jiang decided to break out with 4 carriages, he did not know that Yangfan was smashing the Liu family's residences one by one. The reason he wanted to leave was because the aristocratic families wanted to put him under house arrest, right? Gu Zhuting thought about it and said, yes. At that time, there was no news of Yangfan breaking into the Liu family. Young Master Jiang was in a hurry to break out because he did not want to be manipulated by the aristocratic families. The old woman said, "That's right. The aristocratic families wanted to put him under house arrest, but if he wanted to leave by force, the aristocratic families would not use force to stop him. In fact, when he escaped, the aristocratic families did not use force to stop him." Young Master Jiang was very clear about this. The reason why he split into 4 groups was to give the aristocratic families an excuse that they did not stop him. He did not want them to be angry. Do you understand? Gu Zhuding said sternly, "I understand." He thought that he could definitely send Yangfan's wife and son away safely. Because the aristocratic families would not use force to stop him, he could send these 2 important hostages to the safest place for him. For example, the Liu family. This way, he would have the conditions to hold Yangfan hostage. He did this deliberately to tell Yangfan, "Your wife and son are in my hands in the Liu family. You can't take them back." As for the baby girl he hid, from the beginning, he did not want to use her to threaten anyone, but he hid a child, not to use her as a hostage. What does he want to do? The old woman shook her head lightly. "This is what I cannot understand." Gu Zhuding thought about it, and her expression changed again. "Oh no, I delivered the child, so I can be considered as young master's accomplice. If the new clan leader knows about this, he will also kill me." The old woman shook her head and said, "Silly girl, if you had not delivered the child, his wife would have died in childbirth that day. You owe the Yang family a debt of gratitude. Young Master Jiang wanted to hide a baby girl, and you did not know about this. You almost lost your life because of this, so what hatred is there? Since Yangfan could become the clan leader of Xian clan, his breadth of mind and courage are extraordinary. He would not take his anger out on you. But the old woman took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Girl, you cannot slowly heal. You have to go to Luoyang immediately and tell him about this. If you hide or drag this matter, you will offend both the new and old clan leaders. At that time, there will be no place for you in this world."